inside the SCCA. Hello and welcome to the Cal Club Regional Races here from the circuit at Buttonwillow. I am Brian Belansky. I have Tristan Parker here with me, and we are here for 5 races, 1 before lunch coming up right now, and then 4 races after lunch. Looking forward to that. Beautiful weather here at Buttonwillow. Sunny skies. I'm going to guess it's probably in the upper 50s at the moment. Let's take a look at this racetrack. And here we have it here, folks. This is the brand new circuit at Buttonwillow. 2.56 miles, 4.11 kilometers for those who are still our friends up north, those who still like us. 10 turns here.
Yes.
Asphalt. First race, 2025, about 2 months ago. That was our inaugural race. You saw it here on the Racing Network. And it is a fun course. The drivers seem to love it. It's once they figure it out. And we've got a whole bunch of stuff we're looking forward to. Let's get to our starting lineups here, brought to us by raceschool.com.
Yeah, so starting lineup for Group 2 here, which is your STLs, your STUs, GT3s, GT3Us, T3s and 4s, GTLs, EPs, and TCs. In 6th, number 93, Edmund Lowe. In 5th, number 33, Philip Clark. In 4th, number 28, Joseph Yao. In 3rd, number 52, Dale Shoemaker. In 2nd, number 116, Christina Etherington. And then your pole position, number 98, Robert Kelly there coming out of qualifying.
And that is our starting grid, brought to you by the good people at
Raceschool.com.
I'm trying to pop out our chat here so I can talk with the people, talk with the masses throughout the day. Of course, Raceschool.com, one of our new sponsors here. Of course, these are the Cal Club SCCA races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. You can find all of your braking needs taken care of for you by Porterfield by going to porterfield-brakes.com.
Indeed, yes. And it's longer races here today, 30 minutes or 18 laps. So 5 minutes added on from yesterday here for our cars. A small group to start us off with, but that's all good. Get them in before lunch here. Yesterday, Group 2 was relatively fun to watch. Hopefully, same thing here today. And as Brian was saying at the start, beautiful day at Buttonwillow. Really nothing to complain about here this weekend. A little bit of standing water out there on the track, but honestly nothing that would cause problems for any of our drivers. Pretty good day overall for racing yesterday as well. We had 5 races and pretty enjoyable, very entertaining. Some close calls there. One good spin out caught on camera. So what more can you really ask for? And yeah, looking forward to wrapping up the day here as well. Hopefully, because there's only the 6 or so cars out there on the track, though. You know, I introduced 6 people. I'm a little confused here. I had 6 people on the grid.
This is Group 2. Maybe we had the wrong group pulled up.
Perhaps. We'll take a quick look here. I was going to say, I said there are 6 people out there. That is more than, I'm bad at math, and even I can tell that that's more than 6 cars. So perhaps deceived just a little bit here. Unfortunately, we do not live in a perfect information environment right now. But as time goes by, obviously, we'll get a little bit better at tracking things down. I still see only 6, so we'll have to see what happens here. What most likely will happen is once this starts, hopefully we get a green flag, things will be a little bit updated, and we'll get a better idea of who all is out there right now. That's at least 9 cars.
There we go. And we should see the green flag in the air, and there it is. Green flag is flying. We are racing here at Buttonwillow.
Well, there's 11 cars out there, actually, so I need to add some names here to this list. I have been absolutely skunked. Joshua Pitt, Tim Gregorio, Derek Ferretti, Lawrence Huang, Robert Kelly, just adding them all in there as well. I think that's everybody covered, but there you go. My apologies for the shoddy information. So 11 cars on the track, which is the same, I believe, that we had yesterday. So keeping it pretty much what it was. Dale Shoemaker out and taking an early lead there. Old famous Dale in the 52 car. He unfortunately had to drop out early yesterday. His car was throwing out some really bad smoke, pulled up, and then actually as I was driving out yesterday at the end of the day, I saw him up on the blocks. The 52 car up on the blocks, I should say, getting worked on. So they fixed it.
I had a chance to talk with him this morning, and he did put different differential fluid into his car before this race, and the differential did not like that fluid, and so it basically pushed it all out through the vent.
Awesome.
And he's gone back to the old fluid, and he expects maybe a little puff of smoke as it gets burned off this morning, but it should be pretty good for the rest of today. So,
well, good news for Dale. Then, yeah, we hate to see people having to drop out early for things that really they have so little control over. So, happy to see him out on the track here today.
Well, it's funny, you maybe try something new that you think is going to be better, and sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So. Went back to putting the old stuff back in, and they go wider there than I expected. I may have to try to go out there and readjust that camera at lunch if I can, hopefully. Anyway, this is of course a 10-turn, 2.4 mile course, almost 2.5. We'll call it 2.5. But wrong button. There we go. And we have completed our first race lap here.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's loud out there today. I don't know why. I feel like we're really getting the rumbles here in the casting hut today. We were not quite so loud yesterday. I don't know what happened. Wind change, maybe, who knows? But they're roaring through here. This group. Obviously, you love to see it. It's part of the reason you're out here is to hear the loud noise. But it's it's everybody seems a little set right now in the way that they're running this one. No real complaints to be had. You see them coming down through that elevation and then into turn 2. A lot of drivers still in the process, I think, of learning this track to the extent of figuring out, hey, where are the best places to pass, where are the places to accelerate, so on and so forth. Because there are some parts of this track where you're just never going to have a good opportunity.
Yep.
I was just talking to another driver about this earlier today, and they were kind of saying, for example, 7, 8, 9, that whole turn sequence, unless you're really, driving clever or whatever, it's going to be hard to find a way around someone. And you can see this turn 6. This is a camera we had a lot of action on yesterday. Cars seemingly liking this one for a potential pass. And you even saw, I think, just slightly behind Dale there. Who is that? That's Christina Etherington, just slightly behind Dale, looking maybe at an opportunity to get around him. Fortunately, with these, I think, wider body cars, it's a little bit harder on that turn.
Yeah.
We definitely saw, our Formula Fords trying to make passes there, but I feel like they're a little bit narrower, which makes it maybe a little bit easier. That's quite a tight turn, really. I don't think the camera quite does it justice.
There we go. Your top 3 right now: Shoemaker, Etherington, James, 1, 2, and 3 as we get through our second race lap. Today we're going to have on our schedule, the races are 18 laps or 30 minutes. They should be able to get their 18 laps in unless we have full course cautions and other reasons to slow us down. The 30 minutes is like a worst case scenario, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here comes our leaders now into turn 1. Little gap now between 3rd and 4th place. That gap between Richard James. Richard James, longtime editor of Sports Car Magazine, which was the SCCA magazine for many, many years. That went away here just about a year ago or so. Still works for Racer Magazine. He follows the IMSA beat most weekends.
That's pretty cool.
Which is why I was surprised he wasn't at Sebring this weekend.
Yeah, he's here.
But he's here playing with us, and great guy, really good guy. So,
is he hiring?
Is he hiring? I don't know.
I'll have to ask him.
So,
Richard James, if you're watching this back and you're hiring, let me know. I write good and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Christina Etherington, by the way, hanging on the back end of Dale Shoemaker. So this point 0.7 of a second behind when they came across the line. It looks like they're maintaining that distance, that pacing as they come through turn 6. And you can see that these STLs, these Group 2 cars, they're a lot more comfortable with those wide turns on turn 6, whereas the line that we saw from a lot of our lighter cars was really inside, really holding tight onto that. So it's interesting to see that difference right there as well. Interesting to see, too, as they come around this turn 7. It may be a little hard for you to see at home, viewers, but they really can't. You really can see the force that's being put on the car as they make the turn, really leaning onto their kind of right-hand side under the suspension from that. And it's so funny because it's the kind of thing where if you watch car racing at home and you've never really sat behind a race car or you've driven a track at moderate speed, you kind of don't realize how much almost pressure is put on you when you're driving. And pressure's not the right word, I guess. It's not quite G's, but you get what I'm saying. And you get out there on this track at Buttonwillow, and it was the first time that I'd really driven it, and I was like, oh yeah, I feel it. Like even in a light car, I feel it. So
yeah.
Quite fun to get that feeling.
Here's Etherington in the inside, trying to make the pass going into turn 1. Let's see if she can make it stick. It looks like she has. She will take the lead here with Dale Shoemaker dropping back to 2nd.
Now that is interesting, Brian. We have not seen a pass there, I think, this entire weekend. That's the first. Maybe we saw an attempt. I think we saw an attempt, but that's definitely the first successful pass we've seen coming down out of that straightaway and in. And Christina Etherington is flooring it right now to try and open up that gap on Dale Shoemaker. I mean, you look at that. You can tell the speed is being applied right there, and you're going to see it here towards the turn 5 camera as well, because she's going to put a bunch of speed into it coming down this straight, really making Dale Shoemaker, he's fighting for it, famous Dale. He's got to get that back if he wants it. Turn 6 too. I mean, you're going to have to slow down a little bit here, but no doubt about it, Christina really pounding that engine to get some speed out. Oh, came into that turn quite late on that as well, actually. So really trying to maintain as much speed as possible cutting into that turn.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch the learning curve for Etherington here over the last several years.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's the car that's being developed or it's just that she has learned so much. But running up front here, it is fantastic to see that she's having that success. Shoemaker, Etherington, James. Next time by, it's actually going to be Etherington, Shoemaker, James on the timing pylon here. Here they come through 8.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, we've seen Christina Etherington race a fair amount here out at Buttonwillow for Cal Club, you know, and it's been a steady improvement. So I think a podium finish, a first place podium finish, no less, is well due for Christina, and hopefully she can hold this together and keep Dale off her back a little bit longer here as they come into the straight.
And let's keep an eye on the white Porsche, the third car coming into our screen. That is Robert Kelly. He is on a move. I'm not quite sure why he started at the back of this group today, but or at least not up front, because he raced well yesterday. But you've got some info.
New track record.
We
love our new track records. They're falling
Kelly.
from the sky like rain today. Joshua Pitt, new track record for the SP category, 203.061. Congratulations, Joshua, for your new track record for that class.
Yeah, and we are going to see Kelly take over the lead of this race here if he doesn't have any problems, because he is absolutely on the move right now.
Pelting right now.
His last lap was a 1:59.3. Etherington's last lap, a 2:01.6. So about 2 seconds a lap faster, and you can absolutely see that happening right now. And before the end of the next lap, I suspect that Kelly may be the leader of this race.
Still got to get around Dale, though, so it's not completely set in stone. But yeah, definitely with a lap time like that and only about 10 minutes in, just the cruel calculus there. Eventually, she's gonna get past, but we'll see.
Well, and I think that that Porsche that he is in. Oh,
what happened right there? Richard James. We were talking about Robert Kelly or Richard James. I thought we were talking about Robert Kelly.
Yeah, we are.
Well, Richard James just passed Robert Kelly on turn 7, I think.
Wow.
So a little bit of a fight for third place right there. Yeah, sure enough, slipped around him.
Yeah,
Blue.
So that the red car is Richard James. The white car in front of him is Kelly, I believe.
Then who's in the not purple, in the turquoise, the teal?
Well, we're gonna know here in just a second.
Teal? Is that teal? I don't know.
It's powder blue.
I'm terrible with colors.
Yeah, that's Joshua Pitt. in
Oh,
the
hello,
16
Joshua.
car. Oh, that's the SP car.
That's the SP car that was
That we've been
setting
talking about,
records.
yeah.
Oh, hello, Joshua. Vroom.
Yeah, so that SP car could be one of the faster cars here all weekend. That is a former modified or stock car. Makes me think that it probably has a 305 big block or a small block in it of some sort. But that car is about to become the leader of this race.
He's going Super Saiyan there. He was holding back. I don't know where this suddenly came from, but he's really picked up speed.
Yeah, I think that car wasn't out here yesterday, which makes me think he had to start from the back because he hadn't qualified yet.
I feel like I saw it out there, but he definitely wasn't doing this.
Or I could be making it all up.
Maybe there's another powder blue car out there. It's not an unpopular color per se, but yeah, Joshua Pitt overtaking Christina Etherington for overall race lead. I mean, it is worth pointing out that he is a different category, so it's not like it's not necessarily going to matter for the class racing finishes, but it will matter, I guess, in the context of the overall. But yeah, honestly, just going absolutely hell for leather there is Joshua Pitt. And you can see, even on the distance there of that camera on turn 6, he is gone. I mean, he is just doing everything short of leaving flaming trails behind him at this point. I mean, look at that. From like 5th back, too. That's crazy. He just kind of just went for it.
Right. Well, he's definitely taken the point, but that still leaves Etherington ahead of Shoemaker. Now Robert Kelly is coming up to the rear bumper of Shoemaker here. That car has the horsepower probably to get past it on the main straightaway when we get there.
Probably, yeah. I mean, we'll see if Dale's got any tricks in the bag to slow it down a little bit.
Coming up on just completing lap number 6 here.
Now, Joshua Pitt is beating his own speed records right now for the SP category. And there you go. There's the pass coming through that start-finish straight down again. That was the passing area. We saw Christina Etherington make that same move. This time, however, I will say Kelly did it on the inside of Shoemaker, not the outside, but still same result right there. He'll slip into 2nd place, and Dale will drop back into 3rd. So that early race lead there for Dale falling a little bit. I think Dale may have leapt up a bit early on, too, when they came out of the start. So him falling back to third, not the worst thing in the world, or I should say fourth overall, third for the purposes of the race for that group. And, yeah, I mean, essentially, right now, you're not quite halfway through this race. You got 6 laps in the books. I don't know, actually, if they're going to finish on laps, Brian, at 6 right now. You were thinking that they might, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we will find out here pretty quickly. We'll find out here in a couple laps.
Usually how it works.
It is how it works. It is how it works. As they stand right now on the racetrack, it is Pitt, Etherington, Kelly, Shoemaker, James. That's your top 5 here.
Kelly, Shoemaker. Yes, Kelly, Shoemaker, James. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so confused all of a sudden. My reading abilities have gone overnight. I don't understand. But yes, it's quite interesting actually to see. Just genuinely how fast Joshua Pitt can go. Guys, 152 is pretty fast.
Well, and he just won purple with a 150.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
he is a
really
full
fast.
10 seconds a lap faster than the second place car.
Yeah, I think I just heard him go by. So, woof.
Yeah.
That's fast. I mean, that's fast. That is genuinely fast.
It is hauling the mail, as they like to say.
Well, it looks like Robert Kelly got the better of Christina Etherington there as
Yep.
well, somewhere in one of our camera blind spots. Good effort there by Robert Kelly. You did say, I mean, not that long ago, Brian, that if they weren't careful, Robert Kelly would come all the way up and take over. And he essentially has.
Yeah, that was before I saw Joshua Pitt doing what Joshua Pitt is doing.
Nobody's gonna catch Joshua Pitt. That's impossible at this point, unless he does something wrong or decides he's done.
Right.
Both possibilities, I guess.
Wrong
but
button.
driving like that at that speed to get around everyone and get to the front and just maintain a pace, I think he's probably fine. He's just gonna sit and do his thing now.
Yeah. It's Kelly, then Etherington, then that's Shoemaker.
That's such a good, like, just even spacing between these these 3 cars. I just don't necessarily see. Certainly, if a pass develops, it's not going to develop in the next, couple of turns or whatever. It's going to take some time for them to work it out. I mean, it's really up to Robert Kelly now to drive this in a kind of defensive manner and be careful, basically, because you've put all your speed and effort in to get that spot, and now you just have to hold on to it. So behooves him to chill out a little bit. I say that. Dale Shoemaker actually kind of creeping up on Christina Etherington right there. So not completely perhaps without competition. We'll just see how it develops here over the course of this.
All right, we are at the halfway mark on this race, so let's do it here. This is your mid-race update brought to you by raceschool.com.
All right, here at the midway point, it is first place Joshua Pitt. Second, Robert Kelly. Third, Christina Etherington. Fourth, Dale Shoemaker. Fifth, Richard James. Sixth, Joseph Yao. Seventh, Lawrence Huang. Eighth, Derek Ferretti. Ninth, Philip Clark. 10th, Tim Gregorio. And 11th, Edmund Lowe.
All right.
Oh, and another new track record for Joshua Pitt there at the end of the mid-race update. He is at 150.414 for the SP category.
And that is your mid-race update brought to you by raceschool.com. And, of course, the SCCA races here, the Cal Club races, are presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Get all of your braking needs handled, as well as a bunch of other cool stuff that they sell for your shop, for your trailer, a bunch of good stuff. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. There is Robert Kelly, I believe, as they come through. That is not Robert Kelly. I've lost our leaders.
I'm sure we can find them in just a second.
Yes, here he comes. Oh, there's a waving yellow flag at turn 6.
Let's see if we can figure out what might have happened right there.
And they said there's an unknown car into the tire wall driver's right. So we will see. Can't see it on that camera there.
No, we can't. Unfortunately, it's did the turn 6 camera have it? No, right?
No, the turn 6 camera did not show it. And I see the tire rack. Tire. It couldn't have been. Well, it says driver's right, so it would be on the other side of the racetrack.
Kind of where your camera is.
Yeah.
Kind of where your camera is, I think.
My camera's driver's left.
Oh, your camera's driver's left.
Yeah,
Where's the tire wall driver's right on turn 6 then? Maybe coming out of
it?
it?
The wall. It doesn't say the tire wall.
Oh, oof.
So,
okay. Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. It looks like our wonderful recovery and tow crews are already on the way to go out there and pick that up. So hopefully nobody's in bad shape. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's fine. Yeah.
There is the tow truck going out there to check on him.
The elusive tow truck.
Yeah.
Like a camera in Jurassic Park just capturing the tail end of the dinosaur.
I'm trying to find our field. There is our race leader right now. There is the track truck. So you can see the track truck just went through our screen there. So they are going to check on that driver, make sure the driver's okay. And our Joshua Pitt will not be doing any track records now until this situation gets dealt with. So
unfortunate.
It's hard to see off in the distance, but I can see on the left side of our screen. I can see where the track is up
you know
there,
what?
yeah.
I think I see it too. Yeah.
So.
More unfortunate news here. It looks like Robert Kelly is done for the day.
Okay.
He's in and behind the wall. I can see him from here going into tech. And so something maybe have happened as well to the number 98 car. So Robert Kelly got up there, got his lead, and then unfortunately has to step out. Maybe he put just a little too much pressure on it, trying to get around to the front of the group that he was in.
And we are about to go full course yellow here to go and make sure we get everybody slowed down and take care of this situation there. I think possibly Robert Kelly decided that he had gotten past halfway and he was the only car in his class, so he didn't need to keep doing his thing.
He doesn't technically need to, yeah.
So that's a possibility there as well.
But, here's I will say is a funny thing, right? He's the only car in his class. He drops out at the halfway mark because he's done enough. Why did he need to make the effort to pass Dale Shoemaker?
Well, because you want to. Yeah,
no, because you want to.
We're all competitive.
It's just funny. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah,
I just think that's quite funny.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I did it. I'm done.
I made it to the front. I'm never catching Joshua Pitt.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Philip Clark may have been the car that went into the wall. So the number 33 car right there. But yeah, full course yellow in effect. One of the things about the new circuit here is Buttonwillow is they're still trying to figure out, I think, how to get kind of connecting roads in the track circle itself. So when somebody needs to be towed or when there's a significant issue like this, it requires a pretty it requires the tow truck, as you saw earlier on the camera, to actually get out there on the track with the race cars involved to get in the tow. So if something, if you need to get more cars out on the track, often a full course yellow is really the only choice to enable this. We saw this in January when we had our first race out here happen a couple of times, and we're seeing it again. Also puts a lot more pressure on the tow truck drivers, but as we said, our crews here at Buttonwillow are pretty great. So
yeah. All right, so we've gone black flag all now, which means all of the drivers here will come down pit lane, park their cars. They'll stay in the racing order they're in. Excuse me. And the cars and the clock will keep running under a black flag situation like this, so that doesn't actually stop the race clock. And so we will, at this point in time, with 9 minutes left in this race, I'm pretty certain they're going to probably throw the checkered flag here and call this one over, unfortunately. But that is what they're going to do. Of course, the situation out at turn 6, most important, make sure everything is safe out there, and that is why we slow things down. So
it doesn't help that turn 6 is also a really tight turn. So, in order to get the full kind of effort out there, it is a very narrow gap. Relatively speaking. Yeah, it might be the end of it there.
All right, so I'm hearing on the flag net that they're going to stop the cars and have them ready to go back out if the situation can be dealt with quickly. I don't know that it can be, but with 7 minutes to go on the clock, they will let this thing ride and see what happens. Now, I do see that the clock stopped on our racing monitor, on our Speed Hive monitoring system here, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The clock is, by the rule book, supposed to keep rolling here, so we will listen in and talk about that. It's a good time to tell you that if you want to get involved, it is an awesome opportunity. If you love cars, if you love hanging out with people who love cars, come on out here to the racetrack. And if you're not here in Southern California, there are racetracks all around the country. You can find your SCCA region and become a volunteer. And it gets you up close and personal with the cars and a great camaraderie of a good group of people. And that is easy to find. If you're out here in California, go to calclub.com. And there is contact information, email addresses, a whole bunch of cool stuff. If you are not here in Southern California, go to SCCA.com. And you can find your local region, and then you'll be able to find all those contacts and go do that. We race all over the country. I am going to NOLA, New Orleans Motorsports Park, next weekend for the SCCA Super Tour races. And so, yeah, we've got stuff going on all over pretty much every weekend unless it's winter. And even that, we've got a region
or the peak of summer.
Yeah, or the peak of summer.
Yeah.
But we've got a region up in Anchorage, and they do ice racing in the winter.
Do they?
They do. So it doesn't necessarily stop in the winter
Is that
either.
the car driving on ice?
It is the car driving on ice.
I've
Yeah.
never. I guess. Yeah. I guess. Why not?
Very, very
That
cool.
seems terrifying, but okay. Just a reminder, obviously, we have more races here today. Once the situation is resolved, though, we will be on our lunch break here for about an hour. We'll be back with the Group 3 race at 12:45, and then work our way through the rest of the day here. So this is not going to be the last race on the SCCA here today at Cal Club.
Right. All right, so we've just got the official word. This race is over. They've just thrown the checkered flag so that they can go and finish up doing what they need to do out at turn 6. That means we can give the full field unofficial results here for this race. It is, and I will let you take that, take that away.
Here's your unofficial results brought to you by theraceschool.com. Starting in first place is Joshua Pitt. Second place is Christina Etherington. Third, Lawrence Huang. Fourth, Richard James. Fifth, Joseph Yao. Followed by Derek Ferretti, Edmund Lowe, Tim Gregorio, Robert Kelly, Dale Shoemaker, and Philip Clark.
That is going to do it. Our unofficial results here brought to you by Raceschool.com, of course, through the SCCA Cal Club races here presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We're going to take a break. We will be back here around
12:45.
12:45 to resume our racing coverage. So go grab yourself lunch or breakfast, depending on where you live in the world. Maybe even dinner. If Irvin from our friends in the Netherlands are here watching, which we do have, it would probably be lunchtime, dinner time for them.
It would be.
Anyway, come on back at 12:45 Pacific time, and we will get some more racing going. Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Belansky, Tristan Parker here, and we are ready to go racing again here. We've got 4 more races this afternoon. The first one up is our Formula F, Formula V, and I guess Formula F and Formula V. I thought we had Spec Racer Ford. Oh, we do. It's a split start.
It is a split start, correct.
Anyway, that's coming up right now. Let's get to our starting lineups.
Hold on one second here. Here we go. Starting lineup. Yeah, that split start. Getting us all here. So, from the back, and keep in mind there's some difference here between these two, and so be it, but we'll sort that out as the race goes on. In 21st, it's number 74, Mark Edwards. In 20th, number 89, Wayne Smith. In 19th, number 135, Johnny Crean. In 18th, number 47, Sophie Slowick. In 17th, number 63, Gary Nesevich. In 16th, number 71, Douglas Stewart. In 15th, number 69, Denny Fostick. In 14th, number 16, Mike Moshe. In 13th, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In 12th, number 9, Brian Schubert. In 11th, number 111, Jeremy Rudder. In 10th, number 27, Stuart Patterson. In 9th, number 28, Andy Patterson. In 8th, number 14, Paul Marino. In 7th, number 22, Robert Edmondson. In 6th, number 48, Eric Polson. In 5th, number 1, Mike Miserandino. In 4th, number 23, Kenan Marshall. In 3rd, number 5, Eric Little. In 2nd, number 98, Cody Hayhurst. And then in pole position, it's number 11, Denny Renfro.
And that is the way our starting grid is going to come off the line once we go green. Of course, our starting grid is brought to you by raceschool.com. All right, it's going to be a good one. This was a good race yesterday. Denny Renfro had some issues at leading the race, spun, got high-sided on the side of the track, ended up finishing at the back, but he is going to try to redeem himself today, and we're going to go and do some more fun stuff here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, the Formula Ford's really put on a bit of a display yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't end well there for Denny Renfro. He spun out, but hopefully he can make it up a little bit here today for us. And of course, always the Spec Racer Fords. They're always an interesting and enjoyable group. They tend to really put a lot of heart and effort into these races, so it'll be fun to see them as well. Out there on the track, of course, the split start means Formula Fords will go first, followed by, I think, the Spec Racer Fords. Usually we see some grouping from the Spec Racer Fords, though yesterday, Mike Miserandino was just well ahead of the whole pack there yesterday. For those of you who are watching the stream, you see the pylon here, Porterfield Racing brake pads. Don't forget, one of our oldest and most valued sponsors right there, but you can tell the different groups, they are color coded. It looks like the Formula Fords are in blue. What I'm assuming is the Formula Ford TSs are in blue. Yep. And then the Formula Fords are in red, and then the Spec Racers, I believe, we'll check them when they come through. Spec Racers are also in red, so a little bit of confusion, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'll try to fix that here in just a moment. We are at the start here, and let's see. I can either fix that or hit the cameras. I think we'll fix the cameras and hit the cameras and fix the pylon later. Yes. And,
everybody knows that you can follow along perfectly well. It's all good here. Also, if you're looking for something to follow along the times with, Race Monitor is working here for this race. So that gives you something you could also look at there if you need to get an idea of what the times are looking like.
3 wide at the start of Spec Racer Ford here as they come into turn 1. That is sometimes problematic, but they avoided the argy-bargy, and they are fine and fun. And there, of course, is Mark Edwards, our lone Formula V, bringing up the pack.
Love it. Today's race, 30 minutes or 18 laps. I assume we're probably going to see that 30 minutes mark here from this category, but you never know. Something strange could happen. That said, usually they're going to go relatively straightforward. Looking here at our lineup, I will say a couple of drivers from out of state, which is always nice to see. We've got Gary Nesevich? My apologies, Gary Nesevich, coming all the way from Bellevue, Washington for this race, so an out-of-stater right there as well. Johnny Crean, he identifies as coming from Kemuela, Hawaii, if I remember correctly. So he's another one as well. And then Cody Hayhurst, he's one of our Formula Ford TSs. He came all the way from Sandy, Utah for this, so a long drive for him as well. Gary, by the way, very interesting man. I was talking to him yesterday. He used to be a sort of deep sea diver, one of those ones that works on oil rigs.
Cool.
That was cool. It was very cool. He lived for like 30 days underwater in a tube, and then they bring you back up. Yeah, crazy. Whole world. So
that sounds both terrifying and fun.
It is no surprise to me at all that someone who could do that is brave enough to go down and do that in the North Sea is a race car driver as well. Why not?
Yeah.
So Kenan Marshall setting your fastest lap right there in the 1979 Van Diemen Club, one of the older cars out there on the track today. It's a fun one. It's a good one to keep an eye on. Looking to see if Mike Miserandino has set that same punishing early pace that he did yesterday, and it does look like that is the case there, opening up a decent gap already on Robert Emerson. So that's one to keep an eye on as the race continues to evolve. There's been some back and forth, some movement there among those spec racers already. I can see Jade Rosenthal is above Brian Schubert right now. Mike Moshe sliding in behind Schubert, Paul Marino, Jeremy Rutter, a little jostling there up the top of the list. Obviously, Stuart Patterson and Andy Patterson are up in that first group of the split start, so they're kind of taken out of this particular mix as well. But it will presumably be Mike Miserandino opening up a big difference there at the beginning. That's pretty much in line with what you saw from Mike yesterday. Real question is, what is the situation going to look like here for Denny Renfro? Yesterday, he was being chased pretty efficiently by Kenan Marshall for most of this course, and Kenan Marshall will actually take the lead there as they come past the start stand. So Kenan Marshall back up to the top over Denny Renfro. Cody Hayhurst, the younger driver I was talking about, who was coming down to us from Sandy, Utah.
Right.
He's in this mix as well, and we saw him make some good efforts yesterday. So we'll see if Kenan Marshall can hold on to that first spot. Maybe Denny Renfro has learned a little bit from his long battle yesterday and would rather be in the position of chaser than chased. But we'll see if he can make some moves here and get his position back. Obviously, Denny Renfro, a very distinctive black and yellow Bumblebee color scheme out there on the track. He's easy to spot. Kenan Marshall, easy to spot too, if I remember correctly, a bright orange car. So I appreciate both of them for that at the very least.
And I'm able to now take the Spec Racer Ford 3 color is a little different here. So
there you go.
We have worked that out here. What was the other thing I had to fix? In orange, yes.
I think that was it.
Okay.
I don't recall. Yeah.
There's something else I wanted to do. But anyway, we got it going here.
See Mike Miserandino out there in the lead as they come down into turn 2, and then the rest of the kind of main pack of the Spec Racers. Brian Schubert closing up on the backside of Jay Rosenthal. He saw a lot of Jay Rosenthal's tailpipes yesterday. I don't think he wants to be in that same spot again. And then, of course, the tail gun Charlie's there of the Spec Racer Ford category. Let's just keep an eye on this for a while, see how things go in the back of the pack. Got a little bit of traffic there. Mark Edwards, he gets out of the way, though. He's a experienced driver. He knows when he needs to move over, though. I was talking to one of the drivers earlier today, and they were saying that just the nature of this track is making it a little difficult. It's becoming more of you got to learn how to get over on this one,
right? Okay.
Because it's just not you haven't done it a lot, so you don't quite know where the good places are yet, or even the good kind of lines to take when you need to get out of the way. And that might actually explain why we saw some sort of backups yesterday too. I remember our Spec Miatas had one where they got all tangled up for a little bit when they ran into traffic. So something to keep an eye on for sure. I mean, in general, you have to keep in mind, we're doing all these races this weekend. This is only the third time that this course has been used by Cal Club. So it really is genuinely brand new for a lot of these drivers, and they are learning this track as we go. Obviously, some time has been put into it, but compared to what they had on the circuit, it's nowhere close, right? So it really is a kind of reinvention of a lot of stuff here.
As you can see, this is the top couple cars in Spec Racer Ford 3 catching some of the slower Formula F cars here. You'll see them coming up over the hill here. side by side through 2. That is Mike Miserandino getting around whoever that slower car is. And then right behind them is Robert Edmondson.
Robert Edmondson takes his racing in that spec racer very, very
Quite.
seriously.
Yes, quite seriously.
He is intensely competitive. Very cerebral driver, knows a lot of, likes to have a really good command of what's going out there on the track, So he's definitely one to watch out for. And unless Miserandino can open up a gap, kind of like he had yesterday, and I mean, he's well on the way to it, if we're being honest with ourselves. He's got to keep a weather eye on the rearview mirror there, just in case Robert Edmondson finds a way to get forward. Kenan Marshall still with the lead over Denny Renfro. Meanwhile, Cody Hayhurst is in that mix as well. So sort of chasing Denny Renfro. I mean, he's not letting Kenan Marshall get away from him. He's only about 0.8 of a second behind, but the lead is there.
Yeah, it's definitely there, and you'll see them as they come down the hill here. It is probably a good 6-car length, 7-car lengths between. That is Marshall right there, and then right behind him is Renfro. So it's not a nothing lead, but it is also, oh, that's a nice close tight racing there.
Oof, yeah, that was.
But it is something, and the further apart they get, the harder it's going to be to catch up, of course.
Yeah, just passing right there that Formula V car as they come around for another stretch here into turn 6. Continues to be a bit of a challenge, does turn 6. The Mark Edwards Formula V there kicking out a little spurt of smoke. That's okay. But just funny to see that go back into one of those Formula Fords. I don't think the driver probably appreciated that. That's probably, I imagine, Cody Hayhurst who's in there. And Mark Edwards will have to get out of the way and let Cody pass. Can't hold it up too much. I think that's the backside there. Mike Moshe coming past on your camera. So he's next on the list here for these two leaders in the Formula Ford. The chase still very much on here for Denny Renfro. A lot of dust kicked up, though, on that last turn. Took it a bit too wide.
Coming into our view here pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
I believe that is McKinnon and Renfro now just into our way off in the distance. They're coming onto our front straight, and they are now a little closer together. Actually, that is Renfro just make the pass around McKinnon going into turn 1. You'll see out front, and now McKinnon tries to fight back.
Yeah, Kinnan got caught out there. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Unfortunately, we didn't quite catch it, but a good move from Denny Renfro right there. I mean, Kinnan is not far behind, 0.1 of a second when they came across the line. And there is an attempt by Kinnan as well to just cling onto the backside of Renfro and get around him again. Now, it was a situation very much like this yesterday that saw Denny Renfro sprinting out, specifically going up into turn 6, trying to stave off Kinnan coming in on Kenan Marshall coming in on maybe like an inside pass on that turn 6. So hopefully lesson learned there for Renfro, who's going to have to just be a little bit more cautious about how they take this line going through this wide line there, actually pretty wide. I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see Kenan Marshall try and cut in just a bit on that, but maybe the turn's simply not big enough. Looks like Gary Nesevich might have had a little bit of an off and on there down in the Spec Racers, so that'll slow him down just a bit, which is unfortunate to see. Meanwhile, Brian Schubert has finally gotten the better of Jay Rosenthal and jumped up a spot here in the overall leadership of the Spec Racer Fords. Mike Miserandino, though, continues to be the overall Spec Racer leader. He's got a good gap between him and Robert Edmondson, who admittedly is trying his level best, but just can't quite seem to catch up with that lead car. But truth be told, we wouldn't expect anything less from Mike Miserandino, just given how talented he is. We all know he's a known quantity.
And there is the battle again for first place in this race. Renfro, Marshall, 1 and 2 coming into turn 1. Side by side now. It looks like Marshall can pull and tug a little harder out of turn 1, but Renfro's doing a pretty good job of having the car in the right spot to be able to not let that pass happen. maybe just a slightly different gear set in the Marshall car than in the Renfro car. You know, you talked about learning the racetrack and how the drivers are still kind of feeling things out in some cases. It's also the same situation side by side going into turn 5. It's also the same situation for the mechanics trying to decide, you know, what is the best situation for the setups of the cars. Formula F's one of those cars where they do change the gearing a lot from track to track, and it's possible that they haven't set on what they particularly like for this particular racetrack. So that is always a possibility here.
Well, it's definitely a bit of a fight up there, by the way, and the leadership of the Formula Fords. You saw, actually, in our last shot, it looked like Kidden Marshall was really angling for a pass of Denny Renfro. I don't think he got it, but you can see that he's just clinging to the back wheels there of Renfro, not letting him really have any breathing or maneuvering room at all. He even tried to take the inside on that turn 6, as I thought he might, and he couldn't quite get it, but definitely putting Renfro through his paces again here today, which, coming off of yesterday's similar experience, I doubt can be very pleasant. And definitely putting the impetus on Renfro to drive this as clean as possible. Some traffic there for them to navigate as well. That might actually help Renfro open that gap up just a tiny bit, but not much. Coming out of turn 1 down into the straight, and you can see just how close those two drivers are. A real battle there between Renfro and Marshall for the lead. Renfro managing to hold on here as they go back around again. Oh, man, it looks like maybe the pass is going to happen there on turn 3. Getting Marshall kicking to the outside, still looking for it. And we'll go over to turn 5 and we'll get another view. I mean, they were side by side just a second ago. Are they still side by side here? No, they are not. Denny Renfro staves him off yet again. Now up into turn 6. This is the side of Denny Renfro's spin out from yesterday. It looked a little bit similar to this, truth be told. He takes that very wide, but he's got a lot more control as he comes back into that turn, so no danger here today. Still cannot shake Marshall from his tail, though.
All right, we're coming up on a halfway point, so let's do this. Let's talk about the midfield rundown here, brought to us by raceschool.com.
Sure thing, Brian. Let's start from the top here. In first place, number 11, Denny Renfro. In second place, number 23, Kidden Marshall. In third place, number 98, Cody Hayhurst. In fourth, Andy Patterson. Fifth is Stuart Patterson. 6, Eric Polson. 7, Eric Little. 8 is number 1, Mike Miserandino. 9, Robert Edmondson. 10th, Paul Marino, followed by Jeremy Rudder, Brian Schubert, Jay Rosenthal, Wayne Smith, Denny Fostick, Douglas Stewart, Sophie Slowick, Gary Nesevich, Mark Edwards, and that is the end of the pack right there.
All right, that is your midfield mid-race rundown here from raceschool.com.
Well, an interesting spin there from Mark Edwards, a rare error there in the Formula V. You don't see that very often. But he's, back on the track and everything and continuing. It's just interesting because he usually is, pretty much perfect out there on the track in his little Formula V car. But everyone gets one, I guess. Mike Miserandino still the leader here in the Spec Racer Fords. The gap between him and Edmondson is not insurmountable by any stretch of the word, but it is quite extensive. I assume this is going to go the full 30 minutes now, Brian, so there is some time here for Mike Miserandino to maybe have a challenge from Edmondson, but as I was saying yesterday, catching up to the driver that you want to pass is only part of the overall challenge of the passing maneuver. Kidden Marshall has done a spectacular job of staying with Denny Renfro in terms of speed, but actually being able to get around him, as we've seen multiple times here on the screen, is easier said than done.
Yeah, we're following this battle here. Battle, probably not the right word. The situation here with first and second place in Spec Racer Ford. You'll see right here, this is the Mike Miserandino car, the 11 car coming through, and then the second car is significantly further back.
That gap is much wider than it looked.
So
just based on timing, that gap is huge. So it's gotten bigger, and Mike Miserandino doing what he does, basically, at this point in time. So Not that nothing is happening down there in the Spec Racers. I mean, Brian Schubert, he got his leg up. Jeremy Ritter is chasing Paul Marino. There's a little bit of movement that can happen back there. But really, Kenan Marshall and Denny Renfro still basically wheel to wheel throughout most of this course.
We had a call in from Race Control that letting us know that the car number 74, I believe, that is Mark Edwards, he had spun and continued. Mm-hmm. So that must have been going onto the main straight.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mark Edwards. Like I said, he's just so usually so clean. It's a little surprising to see him make a little mistake like that, but it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Oh, it turns out he had a little side-to-side contact with another car, and that is what caused his spin. So maybe he didn't see that car coming through would be my guess. Sometimes the mirrors are not in the right spot to be able to see a particular type of car. Usually it's the other way. My guess maybe is that Spec Racer 4 didn't see the Formula V. That's a harder thing to see because they're very significantly different sized cars. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how, especially with all the Formula Fords out there and stuff, maybe the Formula V is easy to miss. I can see it.
So.
And again, I wanted to see what's going on with the top three there in the FFTS category, because Cody Hayhurst has managed to get the better of Kenan Marshall, at least for now. And there you go. Actually, you can see it. Oh,
well, you wanted it. You got it.
Cody Hayhurst getting the better of Denny Renfro there as well. Gets all the way to the lead. Oh, Denny Renfro and Kenan Marshall now slipping in behind him.
Here comes,
good Lord.
Yeah, here comes those three cars. Down turn 2 into turn 3. Oh, there's a spin right there. That is Marshall.
Oh, Kenan, no, that's so unfortunate. And he's off the track and into that dirt.
He'll be able to get back going.
Hopefully. He did.
There you go.
Good you know what? Good recovery. Pretty clean for all that considered. That's unfortunate. That's a little... karma's not quite the right word to look for right there, but that's essentially what happened to Denny Renfro yesterday. So he's getting it back now today, unfortunately. And is that... I thought I might have seen some more dust right there from another spin, but I think that was just artifacting. Not Kenan Marshall. The downside for poor Kenan now is that he's got an absolutely monumental task if he wants to get himself back into even third place, because that really set him back. And obviously, I don't think Denny Renfro and Cody Hayhurst are gonna change what they're doing up at the lead. In fact, right there, just as we saw them coming by, Cody Hayhurst holding off, and it'd be spectacular for Cody Hayhurst to come down here from Utah and get one over on a racer as good as Denny Renfro. So we'll see if that continues.
Yeah, and I'll have to go back and look at that, but I believe that Marshall had that mistake all by himself. I don't think there was any contact.
It was unforced, no. Yeah. I think he was honestly just trying to keep pace with that group and stay in a position where he could maybe challenge for a pass, and just a little too fast or something like that. You know, I'm sure he knows exactly what he did.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, I think it wasn't anyone else's fault. I mean, if you looked at it in the way that they were going at it, I mean, he genuinely was just the two of them. Denny Renfro and Kenan Marshall were basically like flanking, like honing in on the backside of that car. He might have just run out of space, truth be told, and maybe hit the brakes a little too hard or something. Yeah. It happens. Cody Hayhurst keeping Denny Renfro off his back now, and Denny Renfro for the second time this race finds himself playing the position of chaser. And again, he did well when he was in this position with Kenan Marshall. He did eventually manage to get back into first place, so do not for a minute think that he's kind of done and dusted. And in fact, oh no, he hasn't quite found it yet. Here it is. Look at that. He wants that wide pass. He loves taking turn 6 pretty wide. Passing on the outside on turn 6 seems very difficult, though. We've seen a couple of cars in various classes try it this weekend, and I think we only saw one person actually do it. most of the drivers seem to be kind of sticking as tight as the car allows to that turn. So can't remember who it was that actually did it, but somebody did pull that one together.
Every once in a while, you're going to get that to happen here.
Yeah, I just think the wide turn, it's a really, I don't know how you quite make up the speed right there, but I guess you're just hoping that they're going slower to keep it on the inside and you can go faster on the outside. Again, not a car racer, so not a car race driver, so I can't tell you, but that would be my kind of logical thought process on how that might work.
And the other thing is we're still a relatively new racetrack, so there's not a lot of rubber built up on the outside of that turn 6,
That's a good point.
which would help to be able to pull off a pass like that.
Uh-oh. Looks like that pass might have happened again, though, and it looks, for all the world, like Denny Renfro has gotten the better of Cody Hayhurst right there. That or he's fallen back a ways. It's kind of getting hard to tell now because we're getting traffic from both the Formula Fords and the Spec Racers right now.
Now that is...
See, because there's 3 cars there, and I don't know if one of them is being passed or somebody's caught up. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think the first car is...
Denny Renfro.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. We'll get a better view. This is one of our better camera angles here when they get here. I think, yeah, because now both of those cars have cleared that white car.
So yes, Denny Renfro in front, then Cody Hayhurst back chasing. Cody not giving him a lot of space, though. You saw how close he was right up against him, very much like Kenan Marshall was earlier in this race. So still very much up in the air here with about 7-ish minutes left to go in this race today.
Sorry, I was listening to the flag control here, flag net.
All good. All good. We got to know what's happening out there in the world. That's how it goes. It looks like there was maybe some side-to-side contact with 55 red. That is, let's check on who that might be here just so we have an idea of what happened. That's going to be, I think, deeper. That's Jay Rosenthal down there, deeper in the list. Gary Nesevich, by the way, I want to give him some credit here. He's actually managed to get ahead of Jay Rosenthal as well, so settle himself in behind Brian Schubert. The top 3 for Spec Racers, though, remains Mike Miserandino, Robert Edmondson, and Paul Marino. Not a ton of movement in that group. Denny Renfro, though, now back in that pole position, formally in that pole position here over Cody Hayhurst. We'll see if Cody has it in him to try and figure out a way to make that up with the remaining laps that he has.
They are right there, nose to tail here as we continue on coming into the last 5 minutes of this race. It is still very much up in the air who is going to win this one, whether it's going to be Renfro or Hayhurst.
Yeah, the gap when they came across the line was not big. It was pretty small. So I think it just showed on the 0.082 of a second. So, you know, that's about as close as you can get, really, when things start to boil.
That is pretty cozy.
Yeah. Cody Hayhurst doing a good job. Denny Renfro, though, he's a talent. I mean, he knows what he needs to do. And he navigated this very well against Kenan Marshall yesterday up until he put one wheel out of a line, sort of, and that was all it took. But I don't think he's going to do that again here today.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
It does not. That's the danger. Not dangerous is maybe not quite the right word, though certainly can be dangerous. That's the corner of razor's edge of it all, is that you just got to make only one small, tiny little whoopsie, and that's all it'll take there. Mike Miserandino, by the way, he's just blazed a trail to glory down here in the Spec Racer Fords. Nobody's catching him. Robert Edmondson, he can be as serious as he wants about the races, but he is not finding Mike Miserandino out there on the course, barring some sort of catastrophe. You see actually coming back now through your cameras, that was still more action between Denny Renfro and Cody Hayhurst. Two of them back and forward right now. Cody just wants his opening. 0.116 of a second behind Denny Renfro with 4 minutes to go.
Yep, there they go through turn 3. It says turn 2. Turn 2 is up the top of the hill. The one closest to us is turn 3 here.
Good to know. Yeah, you see that hill there Good point. Well, we haven't quite talked about lots of elevation on the new track. That's something that drivers are getting used to here. There's a lot of up and down. We see multiple sort of elevation changes as we flip through these cameras. You'll be able to see them as well. A bit of a difference from the classic track. There was kind of a hill.
Yep.
There wasn't much more than one or two kind of upwards places. So it does sort of change the calculation of drivers when they're out on the course like that, how they want to deal with that, or how most effectively they can kind of get the downhill to their advantage and what have you. Giving them something to think about, that's for sure. Denny Renfro still in the lead. Cody Hayhurst. I apologize, Mr. Hayhurst, because I've called you Cody and I called you Corey and I called you something else. Colby, maybe it was.
Yeah,
I keep jumping on your name there. But Cody Hayhurst still clinging on to him. I mean, really, just not giving him any room to breathe. Poor kid in Marshall, by the way. I think he actually had to drop out of the race. I don't quite know if he's still in this. It looks like he might have gone into the pit.
Yeah, he has gone into the pits. So.
Yeah. I do feel sometimes that those Formula 4 cars, they are, just because of the nature of the car, they are a little fragile sometimes. And if you do something problematic enough, like spin around a lot and go rolling off the course or what have you, sometimes the car just doesn't want to carry on.
Yeah. All right, just doing the math, and math is not my strong subject. We've talked about that before. I think next time by, we should get the white flag for these two drivers.
You would hope that we're coming kind of close to the end, not because I hope for the race to be over, just because for the sake of poor Denny Renfro, and I want him to have a minute to be able to breathe.
There you go.
They're going to be pry barring his hands off that steering wheel at the end of this, the way he's going. Oh, I'm kidding. He's probably got ice water in his veins. He's a consummate professional.
There you go.
Stuart Patterson, by the way, he's in third place now. He has
side by side through 6.
There it is.
Cody is trying to make that move. Let's see if he can make it stick. You can actually hear the people outside cheering. Two cars went off there at turn 6. Let's see.
No points for guessing who those cars might be.
Don't see it, unfortunately. Our camera there is not working real well.
Well, Cody Hayhurst is back.
Cody Hayhurst has made it just fine. And then this next car coming through is Stuart Patterson, and there
Denny Renfro.
is Denny Renfro.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Again. I mean, Denny Renfro had already been passed this time, admittedly, but again, that's so frustrating to sit in the position of Denny Renfro the second time you've had basically a problem when you're coming down to the very bitter end. I think second to last lap was also where he spun out last time.
Yeah.
So that's just annoying, frankly, because we should be seeing a white flag coming up just shortly here. And that'll let Cody know he's just got to go at 1.
Yep, there's the white flag. 2.4 miles to go here. And as long as Hayhurst doesn't have any problems, Patterson can't catch him at this point.
There's no way Patterson can catch him, and genuinely, there's no way Denny Renfro. If Denny Renfro had done that 15 minutes ago, maybe we could have a conversation about Denny Renfro catching up. No, not here. Not right now. I think the unfortunate aspect of that too is, from what I can see here, it was Denny Renfro who was responsible. So
it's tough to tell, but that's certainly the case.
Yeah, I think it looks like there was a little bit of side-to-side contact. It was one or the two of them. It's always hard to tell when it's side-to-side because really both of them are jostling from the position. But it looks like it might have been Denny Renfro who initiated contact, though it equally could have been Cody Hayhurst, just looking at how it's being reported. So, I mean, that's frustrating for Denny Renfro. All likelihood, I mean, he's secured his third place here. Then they're not going to take that away from him, but it's just a bummer. To have that happen 2 days is frustrating.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Waiting for your race leader here to come into our view, and that is him right there, I believe. Pretty certain. Yes, and that would be Denny Renfro, so that would make sense here. As they come to the line, is it possible that Hayhurst fell back? I don't think so. No, he did not. So just crossing the line, Cody Hayhurst first. Then it should be Stuart Patterson and Denny Renfro.
Well, some very happy Cody Hayhurst fans out there. I can hear them cheering, running around. His crew running around there. All of them came. I mean, they came from Utah, so they came away to get that. So credit to Cody Hayhurst right there for pulling that one through. A little unfortunate there for Denny Renfro, and I would say for Ken and Marshall, our leaders from yesterday. So that's the way of it, unfortunately. That's racing here at Buttonwillow, but waiting for our Spec racers now to kind of wrap their way up. I don't think anything's really going to change there because Mike Miserandino just such a commanding lead.
Yeah.
I guess actually, yeah, now that we've got it up, we might as well do the unofficial results here, Brian. Brought to you by raceschool.com. Let's start at the top in your overall race leader and your winner for the FFTS category. Number 98, Cody Hayhurst. In second place, number 27, Stuart Patterson. In third, number 11, Denny Renfro. In fourth, number 48, Eric Polson. In fifth, number 28, Andy Patterson. In sixth, number 5, Eric Little. In seventh, number 1, Mike Miserandino, the overall winner for the Spec Racer Ford category. In eighth, number 22, Robert Edmondson. In ninth, number 14, Paul Marino. In 10th, number 111, Jeremy Rudder. Followed by Wayne Smith, Denny Fostick, Douglas Stewart, Sophie Slowick, Brian Schubert, Jay Rosenthal, Gary Nesevich, Johnny Crean, and unfortunately in the DNF, Kenan Marshall and Mark Edwards and Mike Moshe.
That's going to do it for race group number 3. Coming up next here is going to be the TC group. They are next, and so 3 races left here. This is the Porterfield, this is the Cal Club regional races at the Circuit of Buttonwillow, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit of Buttonwillow. Get ready now for our fourth race of the day. This is our touring class, TC, touring cars. Let's get to our starting lineups right now. With us, joining us for that, is none other than Racing's Tristan Parker.
Racing's the general concept of racing. Hello, folks. Let's jump right into this. This is your starting lineup brought to you by raceschool.com. Starting in the back, number 23, Lawrence Huang. In seventh, number 22, Derek Ferretti. In sixth, number 40, Brian Zimmerman. In fifth, number 24, Abdul Osmani. In fourth, number 72, Joe McGugan. In third, number 88, Tony Rodriguez. In second, number 46, Oscar Jackson. And then in pole position, number 94, Jonathan Lugon. And that is your full field here, brought to you by the raceschool.com. So we get ready for our TCs to get going. It's it's a case of the dropsies here. Or anyway, it's first 18 laps or 30 minutes here in this race today for the TCs. Now the TCs, Brian, they did sneak a race in on us without us even knowing about it. They had a qualifying this morning that they decided to turn into a qualifying race. So we didn't quite know about that until it was underway, so we weren't able to cover it, but that is a thing that happened. No idea who won it. I'm assuming it was Jonathan Lugan, just based on his positioning.
That would make sense, right?
It would make sense.
Green flag is in the air. Here come the cars down towards turn one for the first time. 2 by 2, still side by side. We'll see how that works coming out of turn one. And as you see, there's that distinctive yellow Oscar Jackson car.
Doesn't make it easy to follow. Oscar Jackson already in first place.
Yep.
Oscar Jackson, oh wow, they're still side by side. Actually, they're really doing a good job of holding that little box that they've made there. Let's see how long they can keep that up for.
Well, they don't want to keep it up for too long, because the longer they keep that up, Oscar Jackson's just going to drive away. And he's looking in his rearview mirror going, yeah, stay side by side as long as you want. Look at the gap he was able to open up now. Now they'll get into a single file order and start trying to draft their way up to the back bumper of that number 46 Oscar Jackson car. He's able to drive through the paddock last night and look at some of these cars, and there are some really, really pretty race cars.
There are, yeah, to 100%.
And I see a puff of dust out there, so somebody put a wheel off. No question there. Still, well, not really, just a defensive line going into 7. That was the cause of that little weirdness. It looked like they were side by side from that distant camera there. So now Jackson has come up. I believe that is Lugard, who is pulled in behind him, but way behind, not way behind, but far enough that they're not nose to tail, to say the least.
Yeah, Jackson was pretty much dominant in this race yesterday. Yep. He really didn't have a moment where he wasn't quite pretty much commanding the lead. Now, I will say in general, like the TC class is just sort of, it's just a mixed bag. There's a lot of interesting cars in this one. Not necessarily all cars are built the same in this group. For example, Oscar Jackson is running a pretty, I would say, pretty well kitted out, well-tuned Toyota K86, whereas Tony Rodriguez is in a Nissan 350Z, and then you'll see everything in here. We got there's a Mazda Miata kicking around. There's a Honda Civic, a couple of Honda Civics, a Del Sol in there. So it's a mixed group, and I think all of them kind of collectively agreed that they were going to kind of gentleman's agreement their way into this TC category here this weekend.
Well, the TC category is from the World Challenge, which is no longer racing anymore.
Okay.
And, so all of these cars at one point were to the TC World Challenge spec. I'm suspecting they're just following that spec. And that was what made that World Challenge so competitive, was that they did a real good job of balancing the power, balancing the performance between this variety of race cars.
Sure,
That don't necessarily, which one is not alike to the other. They're all not alike each other. So it's been kind of cool to see that they're trying to keep these cars on the racetrack, since they no longer really have a place to live professionally anymore. And so that's, I think, what they've done here is they're keeping the rule book from the old World Challenge days, and that's why you've got 5 or 6 cars here, all up front, and you've got 5 or 6 cars from 5, 6 different marquees. So that's pretty cool. Here they come now onto the front straight again, and at this time by, Oscar Jackson has opened up a gap of 1.26 seconds over Tony Rodriguez.
Which is probably a gap that will realistically stay.
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. Unless Oscar Jackson puts a wheel out of place or something, which probably isn't going to happen.
No.
They'll kind of stick to this beat. I mean, we saw some things happen in this category yesterday, or this class yesterday. Abdul Osmani did, I think, get one up at one point in time. Jonathan Lugod was a little bit higher placed, if I remember correctly, so there's something to keep an eye on there. Joe McGugan and Tony Rodriguez are still relatively close to each other, I think, overall speaking. But, we may see this kind of close up, and we may see drivers make some passes, but it's going to be mighty hard work, I think, to catch up with Oscar Jackson, who pretty much is in, I believe, cruise control at this point in time, just making sure that he continues to do this course to the best of his abilities. The one caveat, I guess, is if something does happen. We've had now in our first 2 races incidents in both of them, so it's not like that's not impossible. And because this is only the 3rd race that the SCCA has done on this track, I think it's quite likely that we could see another such moment. Just as drivers are learning it. It's just all learning. I mean, you put in practice laps, you put in qualification laps, you put in a ton of drive time on this. Doesn't necessarily guarantee you know this perfectly.
Oh, no, of course not.
Definitely not.
And you also have drivers of different experience levels. So,
that's true, too.
If you've been doing this a long time, you probably are better at learning a track faster than someone who's just starting out. So
makes perfect sense.
And now the gap is down to 0.756 seconds. So Rodriguez closing up.
Maybe he will catch up
Oscar Jackson here.
Yeah, he's getting awful
right
close.
There, yeah.
So much for being in cruise control there for Oscar Jackson. Tony Rodriguez is making him fight for it a little bit.
Making it a little harder for him, yep.
Why not? Why not make it a little bit harder for him? Heck.
Gives us something to talk about.
It certainly does. Oscar Jackson now coming out of turn number 2, and he's got Tony Rodriguez hanging onto his tailpipe, looking for some sort of opportunity. Now, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. It's easier to catch up than it is to get by.
That is true.
And Tony Rodriguez, he's going to have his work cut out for him here. One of the sentiments from multiple drivers that I've talked to has been the idea that this track is a little hard to pass on, in the sense that nobody quite knows where the best spot to do it is. So it's something that is kind of being actively developed in the sort of lexicon of this track, on the knowledge of this track, is where you actually take your shots. Now, we've seen as you turn 6, we talked about it before, that's been a popular passing spot. Another popular one that started to open up is the end of the straightaway coming past the start tower. We've seen people try and get in around there, take that wide, very much kind of like over at the Classic, where that was always a favored passing area as well. 7, 8, and 9, where there was some speculation from us yesterday, I think, Brian, that this may be a potential passing area, but I feel like it's been quite mute here, like not a lot really going on in that regard. And yeah, there won't be here as well. But you can see how a driver like Tony Rodriguez is using that wide kind of hairpin turn to really slingshot himself with a little boost there on the tail end to catch up with Oscar Jackson.
Yeah, and you also don't know whether or not, how much tires Rodriguez used trying to get to the back bumper of Jackson and what he's got left. We are, still probably real close. I'm getting some information here that makes me think this might be a 20-minute race and not a 30-minute race.
Could that have something to do with them doing the qualifier this morning.
It could, yeah. They're obviously doing their own little program here, which is great. We love having them. But I haven't completely been given the whole rundown of how this thing's working.
I do feel like we're operating with a paucity of information right there. I'm not really quite sure. 20 minutes wouldn't surprise me at all. The only thing I will say is they did do that qualifier as a race.
Yeah.
And if you think about it from the perspective of the drivers, if they are using the same tires that they used yesterday, then used this morning for a race, and are now using again for another race, it might behoove them, just almost from a financial standpoint, frankly, to try and be a little bit sparing in how much time they spend out there on the track.
Yeah, a lot of series have what they call a tire marking rule, where the first session of the weekend, everybody gets their tires marked, and they're required to use the same set of tires through the entire weekend. It is a cost savings measure.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you've got a flat tire or whatever, you get to change that. Here looks like a pass potentially for the lead, or at least Rodriguez is making him to look really big in Oscar Jackson's mirrors, letting him know he's there.
He is.
Hoping to maybe force an unforced error. But yeah, that is an interesting tactic there. That's the second time he has put his nose in there going into 7 with the thoughts of maybe I'll try it at some point, or make him think I might try it at some point.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Tony Rodriguez is looking for an opening. I think that's pretty obvious. Just he's not finding one. That's the thing. I mean, he's definitely looking large in Oscar Jackson's rearview mirror. I mean, he's right there. As he comes down here the straightaway, as these two come down, let's watch this and see. Yeah, I see he kicks out just a little bit there to try and get that inside edge. Now, last time, I think he tried to go a little bit wide. He didn't find either of them. But it is interesting when he kind of kicks out to the inside like that. You got to wonder, are you Oscar Jackson? You see that happen. Do you overcorrect maybe, or try and get a different position? And again, here we are coming into turn 2, and they are tight. Tony Rodriguez gripping on by the belt, not giving it away any space whatsoever. I would not be surprised at all if he tries to put it maybe inside on turn 6. We'll see.
All right, we are at the halfway point. Let us do our halfway mid-race rundown here. This, of course, brought to you by raceschool.com.
Well, here we go. In first place, number 46, Oscar Jackson. In second, number 88, Tony Rodriguez. In third, number 72, Joe McGugan. In fourth, number 24, Abdul Osmani. I told you he makes moves. In fifth, number 40, Brian Zimmerman. In sixth, number 22, Derek Ferretti. In seventh, number 23, Lawrence Huang. And in eighth, number 94, Jonathan Lugod, who might have actually had to come in here. And yeah, sure enough, he has. But that is your mid-race update from raceschool.com. Unfortunate for Jonathan Lugod, because I feel like he had to come in yesterday as well, but maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, it's just bad luck. Sometimes it happens.
And our full race rundown there, as we just said. Also, the Cal Club SCCA races on the Racing Network, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes, your go-to place for brake pads, brake fluid, all things brake related. They also have some really cool other stuff, lots of shop tools. So that is a great place to go. You can find them online at Porterfield-brakes.com, and they also give a discount to SCCA members, so ask them about that. But you have to call to get that discount. Look at this, side by side.
You got him there.
Jackson got it. Rodriguez, I should say, got it done. Finally, going into turn 1.
He was waiting.
Oh, and there's
never mind.
the response. No, but if you look into as they go through 2, Rodriguez still has the lead.
Jackson's not giving that up.
Oh, no. It is on right now.
He wants it back immediately. You can just see by the way he's driving right there.
It is on like Donkey Kong.
I don't envy Tony Rodriguez taking that lead spot from Oscar Jackson, truth be told, because he's going to have a hell of a race on his hand now if he wants to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Let's watch and see. I don't think we've seen Oscar Jackson in the position where he's the chasing car. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about this. Tony Rodriguez felt relatively, I would say, methodical in the way he approached, kind of just waiting, pacing. And, all right. Yeah, Oscar Jackson trying to go wide there. This is going to be fun to watch. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the other cars in the field. That one that just went through, that was Joe McGuigan, and then Abdul Osmani. as they come through. The next car through our screen, Ryan Zimmerman. This is our giving the field a little love camera shot here. Ryan Zimmerman is in the Mazda Miata. It's a 93 Miata. He's out of Union City. And I don't know how far back Derek Ferretti is in his Civic. Is it coming through? Maybe not. All right, well, there's a couple of the cars here in the field.
Yeah, Abdul Osmani, I said at the very start, he made passes yesterday. He made passes here today. He got the better of Brian Zimmerman right there. So did do it. Tony Rodriguez, yeah, with that lead over Oscar Jackson. Oscar Jackson at 0.33 behind. So close-ish to one another right now.
Yeah.
And Tony Rodriguez putting a little bit of distance between himself and Oscar Jackson there. So we'll keep a weather eye on the nature of that race.
Well, and we've talked about this in other classes as well. When you've got two cars that are this closely matched, it does appear that they're very closely matched, you might want to not make that pass for the lead quite so early.
No, that is a downside, yeah.
For two things, you show your hand. That's the one thing. The second thing is you also run the risk of having Mr. Jackson say, I'm going to do the same thing to you on the last lap, and then you won't have another place to pass me. So,
indeed you do. Yeah, that is I mean, you can't blame Tony Rodriguez for taking it, obviously, but he does put a little bit of an added burden on himself there by taking it this early in. And again, we don't quite know if this one's going to go 30 or if this one's going to go 20, though I feel like 20 is a definite possibility at the moment. So we'll see here just based on what I can see. So just a quick reminder, of course, you are watching this on the Racing Network. If you've not already done so, please do take a second. If you want to like, follow, subscribe, what have you, keep an eye on all the content Brian puts out on the Racing Network channel. He also has a very successful, very engaging podcast. For those of you who are interested in the SCCA, you can catch Brian on the Inside the SCCA podcast. He really does a lot of interesting stuff. He interviews people from all over the SCCA about all sorts of interesting things. There are diverse personalities out there. It's a great way to get in touch with the broader racing community at a national level, and even some of the members of Cal Club, who are all interesting individuals as well with their stories to tell. So don't forget to check both of those out there when you get a chance.
And I also want to mention, look at the gap now has widened between Rodriguez and...
He's doing a good job, actually, in that lead. He really is holding it together. Not that I had any reason to doubt it. I mean, he's just doing a good job.
Well, and when they were closer together, I was going to say Joe McGuigan and Abdul, I'm going to say it a different way every time I say it, and hopefully one of the ways I'll get it right. And Abdul Osmani, they're not so far back that if Rodriguez and Jackson were to come together, that they couldn't catch back up and take over the point in this race. So
yeah, that's the thing that could 100% happen. So has to be a present thought as well in the minds of both Tony Rodriguez and Oscar Jackson, though I guarantee you they're more focused on the main event, but that is a very valid point you are making there, Brian. They have to consider that. Just a reminder, by the way, if you wanted to see the timings or what have you, you can actually go on Race Monitor now.
Yes, you can.
Strange. I was firing for the pause there, folks. There was a strange animal or something making noise outside of the broadcasting hut, so I was just checking that out. Anyway, we are in a nice little hut here down next to the track, so sometimes we hear these cars go thundering by, and occasionally we hear weird squeaking noises from outside. So
the Broadcast Palace?
Yeah, the Broadcast Palace. Yes. You've done a good job in here. It looks much better than the last time I was out at Buttonwillow. It's a lot less cold this time, too, so we'll give it that. But it's good for the drivers here as well. I mean, it's been a beautiful 2 days for all our races. We could not, genuinely, I think this is about the pinnacle of nice weather at Buttonwillow. It's not too hot. It is also not too cold. There is plenty of sun. It's not wet and gross. Now, it has been raining the last couple of days here in California, so that ground on the edge of the track, maybe, very muddy. Brian's
you can see right in front of us.
Yeah, Brian's shoes will attest that it's quite muddy, but it's not quite as bad as we've seen it. Now that gap, oh, look at that, 1.2 seconds now. Poor Oscar Jackson just cannot find his footing here against Tony Rodriguez, who has just taken this one to the house.
All right, we are now hearing official word from race control. This time by, we'll get the white flag, as I suggested. This
20
is
minutes.
20-minute race, and that will be the case here. So with 1.2 seconds as the gap, that's going to be a tough gap. I think what happened, honestly, is that it's possible that Oscar Jackson's tires just started to go away here.
Entirely possible, yeah.
And here is your race. Oh, but look at this. Jackson has gotten around again Rodriguez. I'm going to guess that Rodriguez had some sort of a hiccup.
What?
Because now it looks like a 1.2 second lead for Jackson over Rodriguez. I have no idea what led to that.
He was 1.2 seconds behind like 2 seconds ago. How did he do that?
I'm waiting for, well, they're not going to call around what happened on the flag deck because we're on the last lap, but we'll try to wait until the end of the race to get some word here.
What?
How quickly, sands through the hourglass. Yes. How quickly the
now the rubber band is on the other claw. That's
exactly.
Wild. I can't even believe that happened. I was just starting to shuffle up my papers because I thought
you thought it was all
this
over.
Was about done and dusted, and then that happened. What? Oh my Lord!
Let's see the gap at the line this time. Here comes our new race leader, Oscar. Oh, well, this is still calling Tony Rodriguez.
No, wait.
Is Rodriguez so far forward that I missed it?
They passed again?
They passed again.
Are we going mad?
I've lost my mind.
I don't know who's watching this right now, but if you are watching this, please confirm for us that you saw a yellow car in front of the orange car and then an orange car back in front of the yellow car in the space of one lap.
They're just trying to mess with us, I think.
That's why. That's like some Matrix level weirdness. I don't even know what's going on because clearly saw Oscar Jackson with a lead over Tony Rodriguez and then clearly saw Tony Rodriguez somehow taking that back. Both of whatever happened appearing in the absolute blind spot of our camera all in one lap. I
feel like nuts. There's a problem with the time-space continuum here.
Yeah, that all I can think is...
now Jackson's back in second place. We just had another flip of the position going into turn 7. Or turn 5, I mean.
What is going on? I don't know. That's wild. All right. Anyway, the last lap. So, good Lord Almighty, this is the last lap, isn't it?
It is the last lap.
When to go?
I don't know what's going on here. Here is Rodriguez in front of Jackson.
This time I'm expecting a green car to pop up. I just win it. I don't know. We're going to see Abdul Osmani power in from the back somehow at this rate. Wild. Absolutely wild.
And at the line, it's going to be Tony Rodriguez, your race winner. Oscar Jackson in second. Joe McGugan in third.
Well, let's go ahead and give you the unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com. Starting at the top here in first place, number 88, Tony Rodriguez. In second, number 46, Oscar Jackson. In third, number 72, Joe McGugan. In fourth, number 24, Abdul Osmani. In fifth, number 40, Brian Zimmerman. In sixth, number 22, Derek Ferretti. In seventh, number 23, Lawrence Huang. And in eighth, number 94, Jonathan Lugod. And that are your unofficial results brought to you by raceschool.com.
You're watching the Cal Club SCCA races brought to you and presented by Porterfield Racing Products. We are on the Racing Network. We're going to be back here in just a few minutes. Race group number 5. Always a barn predator. It's the Spec Miatas. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, and SMT. That's next. Stay with us, everyone. Welcome back to the Circuit at Buttonwillow. This is the Cal Club regional races presented by Porterfield.com. Porterfield Racing, I should say. Porterfield-brakes.com. And this is the Racing Network. This is Spec Miata, SMX, and SMT. For your starting lineup, it is Tristan Parker.
Right, let's jump into it here. Group 5, starting in the back in 14th, number 16, Kenneth Soward. In 13th, number 81, Aaron Coulter. In 12th, number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr. In 11th, number 8, Tim Gregorio. In 10th, number 177, Sam Razai. In 9th, number 91, Richard James. In 8th, number 47, Alex Bullard. In 7th, number 3, Max Logman. In 6th, number 85, Spencer Douglas. In 5th, number 77, Curtis Z. In 4th, number 23, William Rasmussen. In 3rd, number 87, Clement Lee. In 2nd, number 35, Evan Jacobs. And then in 1st place, pole position, number 88, Nathan Del Carmen. In a 1996 Mazda Miata from Calabasas, California.
And that is your starting kit, brought to you by RaceSchool.com.
Spec Miata, always a very competitive class. These guys like to race. It was a good one yesterday. Nathan Del Carmen, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee were all mixing it up at the top there. We saw a lot of good stuff coming out of them. A little bit of a... we've had a couple of drivers also who, if I remember correctly, we dropped out. William Rasmussen, I think, had some misfortune. Max Logman, I know, definitely did. There is one SMX, that's Richard James, and there is one SMT out there as well. That's Kenneth Soward. You see on your screen right now. He's in black, and Richard James is in yellow. Everybody else, though, in that Spec Miata category. And yeah, keep an eye on the top 3. They are all battlers. They are all very talented, and they will be probably jumping around up there in that leadership order. Though Nathan Del Carmen, that's a newer name out here. Yeah. He really made an impression yesterday, though, so we'll see if he can repeat the feat here as we get ready for this race to get underway. Hopefully we'll have our green and go. Beautiful day here at Buttonwillow. 2 races left on the day.
Well, look at them all lined up nice and neat, 2 by 2.
Being very responsible.
That's about as good as I've seen any Spec Miata field.
Yeah, honestly,
3 corners before the main straight. That's awesome.
They cleaned up coming out of turn 6 because turn 6 looked a little messy, but they're all falling in.
Look like they're all ready to go to church on Sunday. They cleaned up so nice.
They're all falling in line now.
That's right. Get ready for that first date. Got to look good for the first date. All right.
Funny.
Here they come through turn 9. Pace car is on the pit lane. And next time you'll see them, they'll be on the front straight here. And hopefully we'll see the green flag fly. As good as they're lined up, I don't doubt that at this moment. But hopefully they'll stay that way. Look at them coming on here 2 by 2. I hear the sounds of them hitting the gas. Green flag in the air, and we are racing.
And off they go.
We'll see them come down here into turn 1 as they fan out 2, 3 wide in some particular cases. A little brake lock up there, a little further back in the field. Here they come. As I like to say, 12 cars into turn 1. Are 12 cars going to come out? It does look like that is the case. And here they come up over the hill at turn 2, down the hill towards turn 3, and into our camera zone here. There we go. That looks like it's Del Carmen and Ethan Jacobs, right? Or Evan Jacobs, I should say. We also have an Ethan Jacobs that races in this class on the East Coast.
We do.
And that is why I sometimes make that error.
Why not? Why not add to the confusion? Huh?
Of course. Of course. Oops, let's go here. There they are going into turn 5. The tires you see there, we are this camera right at the flag station here at turn 5, up the hill to 6. This is the tight hairpin here. Not the tightest of hairpins, but it is a legit 180-degree hairpin.
Yeah, it's challenging.
It is.
I think that we've consistently seen that particular stretch of track be challenging for these racers. So
yeah, I hear it's a lot faster than we would expect necessarily, which I find interesting.
I think in general, I think the whole track, I think, is a little bit faster than it really looks. Yeah. It's been described as being very flowy, which is the other way that a lot of people have described it, is that it flows very naturally. It's been rough for the idea of passing, I know, and it's been a bit of a problem for people who are trying to kind of get over and get out of the way. And we actually saw that illustrated yesterday in the Spec Miata group. There was a big old snarl at one point in time.
All right, first time across the line. Nathan Del Carmen, your race leader. Evan Jacobs second. William Rasmussen, the 16-year-old out of Huntington Beach, in third. And all of the rest of the top 10 Lee, Douglas, Z, Logeman, Pollard, Gregorio, and Rizai. That's your top 10 right now.
Just keeping an eye there on Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs. William Rasmussen getting one over on Clement Lee early on. That's not going to make Clement very happy. He's probably going to try and battle back into this. 0.2 of a second between him and Rasmussen. Evan Jacobs only about 0.17 of a second behind Nathan Del Carmen. So anybody's ball game up there at the top of the Spec Miata ladder right now. And I thought maybe we were going to see a pass right there just because of the thickness of that formation. But no. Turn 6, maybe. We'll keep an eye on it here. A lot of cars attempting to pass on turn 6. But no.
Yeah.
Just sticking in, drafting a little bit, getting in behind. And just using the other cars as a speed enhancer, basically.
Yeah, Spec Miata is one of those classes that, big puff of dust out there. I don't know if a car went way off or just put a wheel off, but you can see that dust, and there's your 3 cars there heading through 7. The draft, very important in Spec Miata. Important if you have it to catch up or pull away. Important if you can break it so that the cars behind you can't catch up. That is the different ways, but now we see a fourth car. I believe that is Clement Lee working his way up into that front 3 battle. And now we have a 4-car pack up front, and then about a 12-car length lead back to the fifth place car. Here they come at the line as they cross this time by. It is Del Carmen, Jacobs, Rasmussen, Lee. And Lee, it looks like there's passes going into turn 1 here. Evan Jacobs with the lead. You know how I knew there were passes? There's people outside yelling.
I was just going to say, yeah, how do we know that somebody had made a pass when you heard the yes?
Yes. That is actually one of the fun parts of being where we're at here is hearing the fans out there cheering for their drivers. And this is such a classic Spec Miata situation here with a 4-car breakaway, and then another 3 or 4-car pack from 5th through 8th, all trying to catch up to that 4-car pack. On that lap, it was William Rasmussen who had gone purple with a fast lap of 2:02.378. That was his lap here. That is the 3rd place car in this pack. The white car is the William Rasmussen car. Started in karting not too long ago. Now he stepped up to big cars. He is, I believe, a 16-year-old out of Huntington Beach.
Oh, really?
And you know how I know that?
How?
He sent us some information about himself.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And if any of the other drivers out there would like to do that, they can send me an email at raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com.
You do love to get a little bit of info there. It helps you and I significantly
to have things to talk about. And if you drivers, if you're listening back to this, know that we always love to know more about you so we can put it on the broadcast. But now that I say that out loud, it sounds more creepy than it is. No, we just, we love hearing people's stories. I know, Brian, I mean, you make your podcast, the Inside the SCCA podcast, and a big part of that is telling people stories and highlighting all the diverse personalities that participate in SCCA road racing across the country. So, it's good stuff. Anything you give us, we will happily make use of.
Most everything.
Most everything.
And just like that, the fast lap now over to Evan Jacobs. He just put down a purple lap, 2:02.262. So just slightly faster than that lap that was put down, about a 10th faster than that lap by William Rasmussen here a few laps ago. Look at the gap, though, now. first and second, pulling away just a little bit. Clement Lee got around William Rasmussen there, and that would be how that gap has come together. That pass is all it took for the gap between second and third to widen, is because it got a little bit racy, broke the draft, and the first two cars pulled away. And I'm going to say that's probably now an 8, even 10 car length difference as they come into turn 5. 7 minutes into this 30-lap timed race.
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth. I mean, there was that one set of passing that we had, obviously, Evan Jacobs getting Nathan Del Carmen, but it's been pretty smooth across the board. I was, expecting maybe a little bit more fight. I mean, I say that, though, the Nathan Del Carmen, he is on right now. That group of 4 is on the on. One thing that does tend to happen, or we have seen happen, I should say, I'm not going to say it's enough that it happens every race, but it does tend to happen a lot with the Spec Miatas, strategically speaking, is they tend to really kind of just wait.
Yes.
They will wait and wait and wait and wait until maybe the end of the race, and then they will start making moves. So the fact that we saw Evan Jacobs, because yesterday, I remember, if we were watching correctly, Evan Jacobs followed Clement Lee for like 4 or 5 laps before he finally tried to get around him, and then Nathan Del Carmen came out of nowhere and did the same thing. So they are very patient drivers. So to see so much movement early on has been quite interesting. Looks like Clement Lee actually gets around William Rasmussen, which, I mean, I said at the time that was only a matter of time that Clement Lee would want that back. But good effort on Rasmussen for getting it in the first place.
Right. Well, that pass, though, for third place cost that duo a 1.3 second gap now between second and third. Yeah. And that is problematic as we get deeper into this run.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was literally just about to say that. I said the problem here is that Clement Lee and William Rasmussen are kind of shooting each other in the foot right now because they're fighting for third. Meanwhile, Evan Jacobs and Nathan Del Carmen are just, open up that gap just a little bit more. And you can see it on your screens here as they come down towards turn 5, the gap that's opened in what was a pretty tight group of 4. And that is all pretty much because William Rasmussen got around Clement Lee. Clement Lee had to come back. So if you're looking at this from the perspective of Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs, this is all good news for you because you're kind of fighting a battle of just the two of you now. Though you would be foolish to write Clement Lee off, I would say, at this stage. It is definitely significantly better for you not to have to, if you're in the Nathan Del Carmen position, to only be focusing on Evan Jacobs and not having to check your review mirror consistently for Clement Lee.
So someone in the chat goes by, I feel all right. Nothing wrong with that.
Same.
Let's go Del Carmen. Let's go Jacobs.
There you go.
Not quite sure how you're rooting for both of them, but that's all right.
Just wants everybody to have a good time.
Just some Spec Miata love.
Yeah, everybody have a good time. Spec Miata love, exactly. Good groups of Spec Miata drivers. They're all pretty chummy with each other, too, which is nice. You always see groups of them eating together and stuff after races, so they all know each other, which I always appreciate that they're all pretty good off the track. Obviously very competitive on, but they're very good off the track at being pleasant.
On that lap, Nathan Del Carmen puts down a purple lap again. His lap at 2:02.083, 2 minute 2 second 0.083 lap.
Yeah, Nathan's really building up steam basically on all of these laps, and you can kind of get a vibe for how much steam he's building up by the way he's creeping up on Evan Jacobs, just visually speaking. If you look at this, he's actually kind of closing with him every time we see him on a turn. Again, though, I think Nathan Del Carmen is probably okay to bide his time right now.
Yes.
There's no motivation. Yeah, there's no reason for him to make a move with 2/3 of the race left, frankly. Especially considering he was in the lead slot and he lost it already.
Yep.
I think he's happy to continue to be the chaser right now. Now, if Clement Lee were to come forward and really put pressure on Nathan, okay, maybe that calculus changes. But, speaking of pressure, William Rasmussen was right on nose to tail of Clement Lee. He almost looked like he was going to spin out there for a second.
And look at that puff of dust. Maybe He put a wheel off. He'd come in so hot into 6. And
you saw that too, right? He wobbled a little bit.
Look at the gap now.
Yeah,
That's a
he made a
huge
mistake.
gap. He definitely went into way too hot into 6, which is how he got back to the back bumper.
Yeah.
And then he paid the price on the exit of 6.
I wouldn't quite call it fishtailing, but
no, I guess that's what it was.
It was, yeah. It wasn't drastically so, but like I don't know, squid tailing. It was just a little throop, but he's that goldfish.
What was it?
Squid, a little throop.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I'll have to remember that for next time.
Jellyfish tailing right there as he came around the corner. But that's exactly what happened. He just took it too fast.
Yep.
And I mean, I can't blame him, but that's unfortunately it cost him in the long run. And Clement Lee, if given that, will not give it back.
Yeah, no question.
He's not surrendering time.
No, but this is a huge problem for Clement Lee now. He does not have a drafting partner. He does not have a dance partner. He will not, assuming that there's no mistake being made by Jacobs or Del Carmen, he will not be able to catch that front duo without some help.
He's got to go real fast.
Yeah, that gap now, 2.1 seconds. So he's lost the draft of the cars in front of him, and then Rasmussen has lost the draft on Clement Lee, and that's going to be really, really problematic for the 57 car.
Just a bit of a mess for all of them.
87 car, I should say.
Just a bit of a mess for all of them right now, unfortunately. I mean, if you go back a little deeper in the lineup, by the way, I want to give everybody a chance to talk. There's been some shifts up and down. Gabe Estrada, I think, has come up past Aaron Coulter, or maybe a little bit. Kenneth Sword is no longer quite as far back as he was. Looking here, Max Logeman, he's dropped maybe a little bit. Alex Pollard still holding position. Let's see here. No, Max is about where he started. So the rest of the pack is definitely playing, but they haven't quite shaken things up a ton. Certainly not as much as we've seen shook up at the top of the list right here. But I mean, we're not even at the half-million mark of the race yet. So that's something important to keep in mind as well. Now, the one thing that maybe could benefit Clement Lee is if Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs are so. Kevin Jacobs was my roommate in college, so there you go. If Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs are caught up in their own tete-a-tete, and something like what just happened with William Rasmussen happens to one of them, very good news for Clement Lee. Whether that's going to happen or not is another matter entirely, because from what we've seen of Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs, neither of them look like they're particularly eager to make a mistake. Though, as the race continues, you never know. Mounting pressure changes opinions. It changes viewpoints on how you want to handle this.
Definitely a possibility here. I will tell you that on the last lap, or maybe even 2 laps ago, the Tim Gregorio in the 8 car had a little off and on at turn 4. And that caused him to drop back. He is now our last place car on the track. Probably took him a little bit of time to get back on the racetrack. So, and there is Jacobs and Del Carmen as they come now through the turn 3 area. And there is Lee and Rasmussen. Rasmussen starting to work his way back up to the Clement Lee's back bumper. That'll help them, but look at that gap. That's even with drafting help at this point, coming up now on the halfway mark here. Let's do our mid-race rundown here at the halfway point.
Happily. Right now, here's your mid-race update brought to you by RaceSchool.com. Right now, first place, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In second, number 88, Nathan Del Carmen. In third, number 87, Clement Lee. In fourth, number 20, William Rasmussen. In fifth, number 77, Curtis G. In sixth, number 85, Spencer Douglas. In seventh, number 3, Max Logeman. In eighth, number 47, Alex Pollard. In ninth, number 177, Sam Razai. In 10th, number 91, Richard James. Followed by Gabe Estrada Jr., Aaron Coulter, Bill Nelson, Kenneth Sword, Tim Gregorio, and somehow Bill Nelson again. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we'll stick with that 13th place Bill Nelson, not the double 15th place Bill Nelson.
There you go.
Unless he got a clone. But that is your mid-race update brought to you by RaceSchool.com.
Also, our Cal Club SCCA races here are presented by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Porterfield-brakes.com, your one-stop shop for all things brakes and a whole lot more. PorterfieldRacingPads.com. That is why... Oops, wrong button. There we go. I'm hitting all the buttons. One of them work. That is why Porterfield's logo is in the top left corner. They have been our original sponsor. 3 years on. Can't thank them enough. This stream would not happen today without their help. And then, of course, we also want to thank the good people at raceschool.com. They're new this year, showing big support as well. So thank you to them. If you need to go to place to go get your SCCA license, that's a great spot to go. Also, you got a teenager just starting to drive. They've got a defensive driving school. I recommend
valuable.
All parents send their kids to one of those types of schools.
It's not a bad idea.
Helps keep them alive.
People drive bad.
Some people.
Some people really drive bad, and learning to drive good from people who know how to drive good.
That's right.
Even in a race, even if they're a race car teaching race car driving primarily, those skills transfer. That's not a 1 to 0 sort of thing.
And you were a teenager once, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when your dad tried to teach you how to drive, did you pay attention to him much?
I did. I tried my best.
Wow,
but,
come on
it was
now.
my
Be
mom.
honest.
It was my
Okay.
mom, first of all.
Gotcha.
And I did try my best to pay attention. I did driving school as well. But yeah, I would have jumped at the opportunity to get some proper defensive driving training from a school like the race school. That's useful.
So SCCA does a street survival, which is kind of the same thing that different regions have done. I've actually...
I know it's for driving, but it sounds like you're escaping like
Exactly.
Chernobyl or something.
Exactly.
It's street survival. We're dropping you in East Central.
And I was fortunate enough to teach that a couple times. And I find that the teenagers pay attention to race car drivers more than they pay attention to their parents. So
That's a pretty fair assessment.
and I thought that was an interesting dynamic, that they seemed a little more attentive because it was coming from people who actually did this for fun, that kind of thing. So that was kind of cool.
That is interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, no, it's a good investment. Definitely agree with you on that one. And just as a reminder, too, if you're watching here and you have the opportunity, don't forget to like, follow, subscribe here on the Racing Network.
Yes.
Check out all the great content that Brian has, not just SCCA races for Cal Club, but for all over the country, and his Inside the SCCA podcast as well, full of really interesting conversations with all sorts of interesting SCCA personalities. But back to the race here, Nathan Del Carmen going fast on that last lap. His best lap, 201.945, a 0.3 gap between him and Evan Jacobs. Evan Jacobs, though, he's great. He's a lovely guy. He's also a stone cold professional in that car. He is not going to give anything up. You're going to actively have to try and get it off of him.
Wow, look at that gap, though.
The gap between Clement Lee and William Rasmussen has opened up. And as much as I don't want to mention it, I don't want to stop mentioning it, I feel like Clement Lee is not catching that up.
Well, and even the gap here, we've got like 3 car lengths between Jacobs and Del Carmen, which is the biggest gap I've seen here since we started this race. Coming up with about 10 minutes to go here. Yeah, you do get a vibe that Evan Jacobs has kind of just let it open a little bit on these last couple of laps, and really kind of just he's going hard here to try and secure a position where it's just going to be impossible for Nathan Del Carmen to catch up to him. Whether or not he can really fully do that, I think, is another question entirely. But yeah, there's no doubt that, at least visually speaking, he's really put it past it here. That's why Del Carmen put down that purple lap, because he's realizing that he's got to go fast. Jacobs is going to drive away if he's not careful. So. Yeah, it's and this is the thing, though. This is the area of the race where we've seen in other classes here today, we've seen people make mistakes when that pressure is on, when you're really, really trying to either catch or defend. I hate to go back to the Denny Renfro example, but it's a good one. At very tail end of the race, he'd been fighting off a challenger the entire time, and he comes up into turn 6 and he makes a very small error, and it's all it takes. That gap now at the lead, 0.6 of a second, so it's getting bigger between Jacobs and Del Carmen. You will see it here as they come through our camera at the exit of turn number 3 here, and yeah, that gap is not getting any closer. So if Del Carmen doesn't get a move on here, it's going to be lights out. Yeah, it's beginning to get to the territory of, like, what do you do if you're Nathan Del Carmen, right? Like, what's your play here? You put in a very fast lap. It didn't actually serve you all that much, right? Evan Jacobs is just going faster. There's no blocking cars. You're not going to catch up with another guy, so traffic's not going to benefit you.
Yeah, I just don't know what you do. I don't genuinely know what your play here is. If Evan Jacobs is just putting on speed and going fast,
Yeah.
just a little bit faster than you, not much, but enough.
It doesn't have to be, a tenth of a second every lap, and we're now how many laps in? 10 laps into this race. That's a second of a gap right there. So just got to be a little bit faster every time by, and that looks like it's exactly what Evan Jacobs has been doing. He just put down his best lap of the day, a 2:02.095.
Whew. So he is also going very fast.
Yep.
he saw Nathan Del Carmen trying to step it up, and he in turn stepped it up. And on there they go.
And big props after a little bit of a rough day yesterday. William Rasmussen in this white and blue car coming through our screen right here had a rough day. Started up front yesterday, ended up falling back, but he's hanging right there with Clement Lee. Clement Lee, one of the best Spec Miata drivers on the West Coast here, and he is not shying back. Not able to get caught up, but also not falling behind either. So,
which is a talent in and of itself.
Right.
Give credit as well to Max Logerman. He crashed out, I think, relatively early yesterday, if I remember correctly. He's done a great job of just holding position in the order here too. So I want to give him his note there. But yeah, definitely a good showing here from William Rasmussen. I can't help but feel a little bit happy for him, considering what happened yesterday. So good effort by him to hold on. Back to the front, I mean, it's a 0.6 gap now, almost 0.7 seconds between Nathan Del Carmen and Evan Jacobs, with about 7 minutes left in the race, a little under 7. And again, you ask the question, what does Nathan Del Carmen do? What's your solution to this problem? You can't just prey on Evan Jacobs' downfall, essentially. So
yeah, he's got to first catch him, and then he's got to figure out how to get around him.
It does, to me, look like he's closed that gap a little bit. Just looking at that turn 6 camera and the way they came through, it does look like he's closed the gap a little bit. I don't think he's closed it enough to really consider passing at this point, but he has made up some distance. Just trying to do math here. I think there's probably at least 3 or 4 more laps left in this race, I would guess.
Yeah, definitely 3. The question will be, will they get across the line in time
will they
to
get a
fourth?
Yeah, that's a good question. This is probably doable in 4 laps if you maintain enough pacing that you are holding on to Evan Jacobs' bumper. Problem is, he's not quite where he's at holding on to Evan Jacobs' bumper. I mean, you can see right there that gap is still existing between the two of them. When they come across the start line here in just a second, I think we're going to get, statistics or numbers that show that gap is not that close. Well, realistically speaking.
Yeah, last time by, the gap was 0.6 seconds. This time by, it's 0.5 seconds. So it's a little bit closer, but it's got to get closer faster.
Yeah, that was also Nathan Del Carmen's fastest lap of the day so far. So and Evan Jacobs also put in the fastest lap of the day the day so far as well. So both of them speeding up to try and make this happen. Now the real question, you got it now. I think when I see this consistent pattern of them going fast in these last few laps, you've raced yesterday, you've raced today. The tires are not what they were when they probably started. You have to be a little bit careful here as well. I'm not saying that either of them lets off the gas, because I don't think either of them really can if they want a realistic chance of winning this thing. But you've got to be a little bit careful, because you're going very fast.
Yes. And also, now you look here, there's a slower car they're starting to come up on.
Traffic might play a factor.
That could end up being a factor, too, as well. It does look like Del Carmen's a little closer this time by than he was last time by. Here comes our 3rd and 4th place cars of Lee and Rasmussen. Rasmussen right there now. If he's smart, maybe he is just holding back, waiting to make his last lap pass.
I think he might be. The way that he's positioned himself behind Clement Lee indicates to me that he still thinks there's something he can do there.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not fallen into a rhythm, where he's hanging back or anything. So, yeah, maybe there's still some movement to be had.
There's your leaders. The car in front is Jacobs. Then you've got Del Carmen. 2nd or 3rd and 4th place coming into view right now. That is Lee and Rasmussen. Those are your leaders now through turn 9. They're headed to the front stretch here. definitely 2 more laps to go, I think. Maybe even 3 at this point.
Faster. Both of them.
Both of them faster. And the gap now 0.3 tenths of a second. And they've gotten around that slower car. So that slower car did a great job of moving over, letting the leaders through. I'm guessing there were both blue flags from the flag stands, as well as they may have had a radio telling them, look at what's going on, don't worry about it, but this is your lead pack coming through. Now, hopefully that car will give the same kind of deference to the 3rd and 4th place car as they come through. And there's our 3rd and 4th place car way off in the distance there as they come up over the hill at turn 2. And then down the hill, now it looks like Lee has a bit more of a gap over Rasmussen. It is such a collapsing and expanding lead there on both the front and the 3rd and 4th place cars.
Very, very much, in the accordion style. They're back.
Accordion, that was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, they're very much back and forth right now.
Oh, this is really close, side by side, going into almost side by side.
Oh,
wow.
He wanted it right there, Nathan Del Carmen. He wanted it. He thought he might have had a gap for an opening. Oh, no, that's risky business.
Oh, I see some dust.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether that's one of them or whether that was somebody else. And here they go again, and whoa. Was that it?
No, Del Carmen still in second.
They tried to open it. He definitely did. You see the way that those cars were moving. Yeah. Yikes. This is a fight for Evan Jacobs now. This is genuinely a fight.
This is all in full play on here, no question.
Really good effort for Evan Jacobs to hold on to this. I mean, equally spectacular effort for Nathan Del Carmen to have closed that gap up and be in a threatening position.
I think the white flag should be in the air this time by. We will see what happens. They come onto the front straight. Is that white flag going in the air? I believe that it should be. Yep, there it is. I see the white flag flying. We're on our final lap. 2.4 miles left, and there is a potential pass there by Del Carmen, but Evan Jacobs shuts the door as they come out of turn 1 and down towards turn 2.
They will genuinely be fighting it out here on this last lap. Did a good job mover right there. Whatever the attempted pass was, it didn't quite work. And on the follow-up, it looks like Evan Jacobs managed to open up just a bit of space, a smudge of space. And that might be enough of a smudge for him to kind of hold off the attempts here coming from Nathan Del Carmen. Nathan Del Carmen, he's running out of passing spots. Every turn that he goes past right now, every straightaway they come down is a missed opportunity for Nathan Del Carmen to get the better of Evan Jacobs. And that's the thing that you really have to watch out for here. Yeah, I don't know. I actually think whatever it was, that might have been the shot. Turning into 6, we'll see. This is a place where it could happen.
I think here's a potential spot right here.
He wants it.
Trying to go wide.
No way.
He's just trying to get a decent run out of turn 6 to get a real good, strong run down turn 7, because right here is another great passing opportunity. We haven't seen it very often, but here is a chance. Look at them going back and forth, trying to break the draft from the car behind. That is Jacobs up front, Del Carmen in second as they head down towards turn 8 for the final time.
Jacobs absolutely closed the door on that. Absolutely closed the door on Nathan Del Carmen, who was trying to get around that outside. But can he do it again on turn 8? Nathan Del Carmen going very wide right there. And again, Evan Jacobs just keeping ahead of him just by a tiniest little margin. There couldn't have been more than a ruler between those two cars right there on that turn. Will they maintain it coming down into turn 9? It looks like Evan Jacobs staved him off. There's going to be one last chance as they come into the straightaway.
Here they come on to the straightaway for the final time. Fans cheering. I can hear him in the background. Who is it going to be? Jacobs or Del Carmen at the line? The winner is going to be Evan Jacobs will hold on. Nathan Del Carmen will finish second. Now, who's going to be coming in third in this race? Will it be Lee or Rasmussen? And it will be Clement Lee in second place. William Rasmussen misses the podium by a total of 3/4 tenths of a second. Woo. That is a barn burner there as well.
Yeah, a wild finish too from the rest of the pack. Honestly, I think everybody kind of putting a show on right there, a shift at the end, because Max Locherman, I think he got up above Spencer Douglas there towards the tail end of that as well. But what a race for the Spec Miatas here on the Sunday. Really put one on for us. Thanks, folks. Let's go ahead and get your unofficial results here, brought to you by raceschool.com. Your overall winner here for the Spec Miata is number 1. That's number 35, Evan Jacobs. Second place, number 88, Nathan Del Carmen. In third, number 87, Clement Lee. In fourth, number 23, William Rasmussen. Fifth, number 77, Curtis Z. Sixth, number 3, Max Logerman. Seventh, number 85, Spencer Douglas. Eighth, number 47, Alex Pollard. 9, number 91, Richard James. 10th, number 177. Never mind. I got to change that right at the line. Sam Rezai passes. 9th, number 177, Sam Rezai. 10th, number 91, Richard James. Oh, Gabe Estrada Jr. getting in here as well. Richard James might have had some sort of problem. He did. He went off and on there on the last lap, it looks like, and people are just passing him by. So we've got Aaron Coulter, Bill Nelson, Kenneth Soward, Tim Gregorio, and somewhere in that mix, Richard James will come across the line. But those are your unofficial race results brought to you by raceschool.com.
All right, that is going to do it for our 5th race of the day. One more race to go after a short worker break, so stay with us for that. Tristan Parker is going to take off. Going to make
Thanks for having me.
Ride back to the OC to collect the dog from the doggy daycare.
We can't impound the dog. We can't have them impounding the dog. So I got to get back.
Thank you for being here this weekend. Great job as always. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, final race of the day. Stay with us. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes on the Racing Network. All right, welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. We are here for our final race of the weekend. It is Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P2, and S2. Let's go through our starting lineup here. This is a split start. I'm going to try to do this on the fly because my timing sheet is not split for me, but let's see what we can do here. Our front group is going to be everyone but our Formula Continentals. Starting on the back row of that group is going to be Andy Chan, and then next to him will be Itai Nar. Then you've got Johnny Crean in the prototype car. Next to him should be Paul Marino and Tom Hope. And then your front two cars on this front group will be Greg Labadie and Joe Moran. I hope I got that right, Greg. He came by today. But yeah, Greg Labadie is going to be your second car on the front row. Now your Formula Continental, starting from the back. Paul McFarlane and John Fabjanik is going to be your back row. Then you've got Chuck Holz and our Mark Russell, followed by Nick Kodenko and Gary Peterson. And then our front cars are going to be Jace Petty will be your pole sitter in Formula Continental. And next to him will be Trevor Russell. Troy Shooter is your third place car. All right. And we do have the split start here. So this is the second group here, already are coming into turn 5. So these are the Continentals. They're the ones without the pace car. And I will try here to pick up, and there is our pace car coming out of 6. So they're not too big of a gap here, which is good. And that is the situation here as we get ready for our first lap here of this race. "30 minutes of racing left here in our race weekend. Want to remind everybody that we've got another race coming up here May 31st and June 1st. Cal Club will be at the historic Willow Springs Raceway, and I'm looking forward to going back there for the first time in a while. Willow Springs is on our schedule. Next up here for us for Cal Club here out here on the West Coast. All right, our front pack will be coming onto the front straight now. I can hear the revs of the engines as we speak. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing here, our final 30 minutes of racing here for the weekend. And here comes our Formula Atlantics and prototypes as they come into turn 1 for the first time. It looks like one of the Atlantics. That is probably Greg Labadie coming through here. Right behind him, I believe that's Joe Moran, waiting now for our second group to come onto the front straight. They are now coming through turn 9, lagging a little further back than I probably would love them to be. That's okay. That's still only about a quarter of a lap difference here. They're coming onto the front straight now, and they will take the green flag here. I hear them on the front straight, and here we go, racing here for our second group as well. These are our Formula Continentals coming down now towards turn 1 here again for the first time. Side by side, a couple of rows back as well. Make sure they all get through without any issues. So far, that looks like the case. Good job by those cars here. All right, here comes, let's see, that is the back of our first pack. Here is the first pack now, coming through turn 7 and heading down towards turn 8. We'll get their running order when they come across the line here. No issues. 2 of the Atlantics up front, so my guess is that's going to be Labadie and probably, I'm going to guess, Tom Hope, maybe. We'll know here in just a second. Let me pull up the timing and scoring grid here. And we will know for certain. Across the line the first time, that's Paul Marino up front in the FE2 car. Then Tom Hope, followed by Joe Moran. They'll be coming into... looks like I caught them. Didn't quite catch them on time here. Let's catch them as they come out of... There they are. That first place car, Tom Hope. Then you've got... I'm sorry, is Paul Marino. Then you've got Tom Hope. Marino fell back, I believe, yesterday's race. Then you've got Joe Moran and Greg Labadie right behind him. Here we go. Nice pass going into turn 5. That would be... who is that? I think that was a return favor. I think that was Joe Moran trying to get around Tom Hope, and then Tom Hope delivered it back, but then Moran got around. Now, that prototype car should be faster than those FE2 cars. Sometimes that prototype takes a little bit of time to get heat in the tires, and that is a little slower start sometimes for Joe Moran. And then once he finds his groove, he makes his way to the front here. So that should be Marino, Tom Hope, and Moran. Moran probably get past him on the front straight here. Let me find, here comes our Formula Continental groups here. Yeah, Formula Continental cars already catching the back of the prototype field here. Oh, I see a big out there in turn 8. Some car went really wide. Not quite sure where that happened. I wonder if that car actually went off and is still out there. There's a lot of dust off to the right of our camera here. Oh, wrong button. Dust. It's a little windy today, so that dust dissipates pretty quickly. Taking a look at our Formula Continental group, Jace Petty is your race leader right now, followed by Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter, Nick Kadenko, and R. Mark Russell. That's your top 4 in Formula Continental here. Your overall top 10 right now: Paul Marino, Tom Hope, Joe Moran, Johnny Crane, Greg Labadie, Itai Nar, Jace Petty, Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter, and Andy Chan. That is your top 10 right now. Andy Chan, our sole P2 car. Moran and Crane are 2 prototypes. And then up front, you've got 2 FE2 cars. That is Paul Marino and Tom Hope. And Moran just put down a purple lap of a 1:39.419. What a great lap there. In the pecking order here in this multi-class race, the prototypes, which you just see coming through your stream, should be the fastest cars on the racetrack. Formula Atlantic's usually second fastest, but the FE2s are hanging in with these Formula Atlantics these days. So it's always interesting to see that dynamic between the FE2 cars and the Formula Atlantics. You should also see Johnny Crane make his way up through the field. That car is moving really fast. It's now running 1:39.7, so almost as fast as Joe Moran up front. So Johnny Crane will likely catch the back of the Tom Hope, Paul Marino battle here not too long down the road. There is Joe Moran there, and now you've got your 2 FE2 cars, and there is Johnny Crane right there. Next lap, he'll probably get around Marino and Hope. He's not racing against these 2 cars, but he is trying to catch Joe Moran. So he wants to get around as quick as possible. so you can try to get caught up to your race leader and make a race of it for the prototype win here. Still a lot of standing water here, even after a whole weekend of no rain. And it does look like that Johnny Crane has gotten past one of the FE2 cars. Joe Moran puts on another purple lap, a 139.0. There is Moran. Johnny Crane's going 139.3, so not quite as fast, but fast enough to get around the FE2 cars. Those two cars are circulating the track around a 141.1. There were your leaders coming through 7, heading now towards turn 8. And you can see Joe Moran trying to get around that slower car. I believe that's Andy Chan in the P2 car. And Crane has now gotten around both Paul Moreno and Tom Hope. His sights, I'm sure, set on the race leader. The gap will know at the line between the two. And with more than 20 minutes left in this race, there's certainly enough time for Crane to possibly catch Joe Moran. The gap at the line was 4.1 seconds. The gap between Marino and Hope, very, very close, less than 0.5 of a second. So that is the battle that we are going to keep an eye on here, the two battles, actually. And then let me see here what the difference is between Jace Petty and Trevor Russell here in your Formula Continental. We'll take a peek at that also. Let me see if I can sort this thing by class here. I don't know if it allows me to do that. It does not, but the gap is, let's see one more time here when we circle through our timing pylon. It actually does a pretty good job of that. So we will see in just a moment, I'm hoping. That, I believe, is the shooter and, I'm sorry, Marino Hope battle. There are your prototypes. Again, that gap now between Marino Hope, 1.7 seconds. I'm sorry, 0.7 seconds. There is Moran. There's a slower car between Moran and Crean, but Crean's getting by now. There are your first two cars in FE2. All right. Petty and Russell look like they've got about a 3-4 second gap between, here it is right here. It is 4, it's hard to tell. I apologize, folks, for that. Things have started to string out here just a little bit. There we go. Johnny Crane just puts down a purple lap of a 138.3. So he was 0.4 of a second faster than Joe Moran. That's good news if you're Johnny Crane trying to catch the leader here. Minutes, 30 seconds into this race. We're about 4 minutes away from halfway here. Want to thank everybody who came out here this weekend. If you're one of our volunteers, thank you so much for being out here. Perfect race weather. This March race out here at Cal Club tends to be, out of Buttonwillow, tends to be our best weather, one of our best weather races of the year. Also, our October and November races can be pretty good as well, but the temperature's perfect in the 60s, and what a wonderful day for racing here out at Buttonwillow. Brand new racetrack, 3 races old here. 3 races? Yes, this is the 3rd race, absolutely, yep. Your rundown in Formula Continental is Jace Petty, Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter, Nick Kadenko, Mark Russell, Gary Peterson. That's your top 6 right there. Johnny Crean now 9/10 of a second back from Joe Moran. He is on the move, putting down one fast lap after another. Joe Moran is got to know he's coming as well. So that is going to be a battle that'll be on here pretty quickly. But as fast as Johnny Crean is going, and he just went now almost a full second faster, about 8/10 of a second faster than Joe Moran. So it's not going to take long here. Let's see which group I've got coming by this time. Yeah, there is, that could be your leaders in Formula Continental with Petty, Russell, and, no, it's a big gap between Petty and Russell. That could be, trying to figure out who that is there. And there is your battle for the lead overall and also in prototype. That car up front is Joe Moran. Right behind him, Johnny Crean in striking distance. Johnny Crean, second place car up at the top of the hill here, coming into our view. Closing down on Joe Moran as they come through 3. Heading down towards 4, maybe into 5 will be the place that Crean tries to make the move here. We will see as they come, gap closing up even more, not yet into 5. We'll get a good look at them as they come across into turn 6. And it does look like Crean gets around Moran as Moran goes in and under that slower car. Going into turn 6, Crean takes the lead here with 15 minutes left to go in this race. Coming down to turn 7 here, does he hold it? It does appear that he has. Not only does he hold it, no, it's not too far back, about a half a second, maybe even a quarter second there difference. So we are at the halfway point here. Let's go through our full field halfway. Oh, not the unofficial results. Don't let me get ahead of myself, folks. Your leader right now at the halfway point is Johnny Crean, followed by Joe Moran. Second place, or third place, is Tom Hope. That's your FE2 leader. I'm sorry. Let's start over again. Your leader is Johnny Crean, followed by Joe Moran. Third place, Paul Marino, your FE2 leader. Then Tom Hope in fourth place. Your fifth place car, Greg Labadie. Then you've got Jace Petty, Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter. That's your top 3 in Formula Continental, followed by Itai Nar in the ASR car, followed by Mark Russell. As I scroll down a little further here, oh, wrong mouse, scroll down, Mark Russell, and you've got Nick Kadenko. Gary Peterson, Chuck Holtz, and John Fabjanik. Paul McFarland is in 15th, Andy Chan is in 16th, and that is your full field mid-race update here, brought to you by RaceSchool.com. Uh, 14 minutes or so left in our racing action here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Been a great weekend of racing, basically Chamber of Commerce weather here, and that has been awesome. Of course, want to thank our partners here, Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are our presenting sponsor. They have been with us from the beginning here on the live stream of the Cal Club races. Cannot do it without them, and we really, really appreciate it. It's Porterfield-Brakes.com. If you want to go to them, they have everything you need for your street car and your race car, not just your race car. They have also brake fluids. They have a ton of other shop stuff. You got stuff to help you with your garage, different tools, organization stuff. But what they have that I think is fantastic is they have a bucket full of knowledge. A bucket full of knowledge. You give them a call, ask them your questions. They're always great to help with, so knowledgeable, and they're able to put it in a way that even I can understand it. So it's fantastic. I get my racing, my pads for my solo autocross program from them as well. So good people there. And if you're an SCCA member, not even in Cal Club, all SCCA members, they get a discount, but you have to call them to get a discount. You can find out what you want on the website, but when you place your order, give them a call and give them your membership number, and they have a discount. Are you interested in coming out here to the races, either as a participant or as a volunteer worker? You can do that. You can find out more about that by going to calclub.com. If you are in another part of the country, you can go to SCCA.com and learn from them. Find your local region. Come to a racetrack near you. The racetracks all around the country, usually within a couple of hour drive of you. We'd love to have you come out and enjoy that. If you come out here to Cal Club with your street car, you can come and do some we call track events, and that is your chance to take your street car out here on the racetrack, and then you can come and test it out. It is a non-wheel-to-wheel event, so there are rules for when you can pass and how you can pass, but it is a great, safe way to get you out here on the racetrack and get you to learn a little bit about what we do out here. So check that out. It is calclub.com. Fun groups here. We have about 20 track event cars here this weekend. People having a great time. So coming up here on 11 and a half minutes to go here in this 30-minute timed race. Johnny Crean is your race leader, followed by Joe Moran. Greg Labadie was able to get around Paul Marino and Tom Hope, so now he goes into third place. That is what should be the pecking order, with the prototypes being the fastest, the Formula Atlantics being second fastest out here. That is commonly what we do, what happens anyway. Then we've got our FE2 cars of Marino and Hope. Then our whole group of Continentals, Jace Petty, Troy Shooter. I think I can pick them up now. There is Jace Petty coming down the hill, I believe. Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter is next. Actually, that is not Jace Petty. That was Andy Chan. That is Jace Petty right there. This beautiful new racetrack here, literally opened for the first race ever in January. We christened the track here, and it is a long time coming. We have been waiting for this for a very long time. Interesting this weekend, it's two racetracks now. The classic track, the original racetrack, is out and operating this weekend with a vintage race and the Trans Am West Coast Series. So there's two events going on here at the exact same time, which is so cool. And of course here we've got our Cal Club races going on at the same time here on the circuit. So that is the design, that is the intent. It gives us now 100 weekends a year, give or take, where we can go and get people on one of these two racetracks. So if you have a car club, or you want to do a commercial shoot, or you want to test your race car, there are opportunities to do that on both racetracks. All you have to do is go to Buttonwillow Raceway. I believe it's ButtonwillowRacewayPark.com, but Google it. Just Google Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and you'll find the phone number, you'll find contact information. Check them out. It is a great opportunity out here in Southern California with two racetracks. It is the premier road racing facility out here. Coming up on 8 minutes to go here. Also, my opportunity to thank the good people at Cal Club. They are They are the folks that put on the events, all of the volunteer workers, and there are dozens of them out here this weekend, doing everything from flagging and communications to working in race control, timing and scoring. What else? We have tech inspectors, grid inspectors. When I do this rundown, I always miss one group, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. But there's also our worker services people and just a ton of great people out here. All love cars, all love the atmosphere out here at the racetrack. And there is our turn 6 camera, which has not been working too great today. This is the exit of turn 6. And nice to see that thing back up and running. There's maybe just a momentary hiccup for it earlier. I believe that is Johnny Crane coming through now, and following him should be Joe Moran. No, if that's the second car, it's not Joe Moran. 11 seconds back. Nope, that was Johnny Crane. Here is Joe Moran. So that is your leaders overall here. And you will see Johnny Crane in the silver-ish, gray-silver prototype here. Going to put Andy Chan another lap down here this time by. There's Crane makes the pass here between 8 and 9. He'll come on to the front straight here with 7 minutes to go here at Buttonwillow. Final race of the day. Want to thank everybody who's tuned in over the weekend also. Not a lot of action in the chat. You're always welcome to talk to us in the chat if you're watching. I Feel All Right was in the chat earlier. Mooney, Katoon in the chat. Thank you for popping in here. There's also options. Oh, I see someone here. Stream is looking good, Brian. Ben Cool. Thank you, Ben. We appreciate that. We've got 6 more minutes left in our race day. Here's your Formula Continental rundown. Jace Petty, Trevor Russell, Troy Shooter, Mark Russell, Gary Peterson, Nick Kadenko, Chuck Holtz, John Fabjanik, and Paul McFarland. There is your overall top to bottom there. Crean, Moran, Labate, Marino, Hope, Petty right there. Our Formula Continental started as a second split group. They're already up to 6th place overall here. What a great contingent of Formula Continentals out here this weekend. So much fun to have them here. Lots of action here on the Racing Network here coming up. Not only race action here, all of the Cal Club races. We're going to do the Vara race up here in 2 weeks. Also, Inside the SCCA is a podcast. And also on the Racing Network now, the Women's Motorsports Network podcast. Great job. Melinda Russell is a host of that. She puts out 2 or 3 episodes every single week. I wish I had that much energy to do that, but she does a great job with those. All of that is on the Racing Network on YouTube. So if you are watching and you have not liked and subscribed, please do so. Liking and subscribing is how we get seen more and people find us and watch the races and hope to become participants. So like, subscribe, hit that bell so every time we go live or every time we drop a video, you'll know about it. Sorry about that. Getting to the end of our 12th race of the weekend, and sometimes the voice decides it does not want to work anymore. So anyway, I also want to give a big thank you to Tristan Parker. He was here all weekend long. Had to leave a little early, but he was here for all of our racing action except for this last race. Big props to him. He is the one who helps my voice get to the end of the race weekend by carrying some of the load here for us. With 4 minutes, a little less than 4 minutes on the racetrack clock at this moment. Probably 2 more laps to go for our race leader, Johnny Crane. I'm going to try to find him. not in that shot. I hear some cars getting ready to come by here. That sound a little prototype-ish. So let's see if they're coming down into turn 1. And it does look like, well, look at that. It looks like Joe Moran has just gotten around Johnny Crean. No, maybe not. That is not, that was a different car there. Did look like, though, that was Johnny Crean. So next time by, I'm guessing we will get the white flag here. There is Joe Moran. We'll see Johnny Crean here in just a second. Or maybe they've already gotten past that, headed down. There he is right there in that gray and silver car. Right there. There's your race leader. Yeah, that camera's a little shaky today. We'll go to this one. Let's see, do we see the white flag in the air? I do see a white flag down there, and that is going to do it here. One final lap here of racing action. See our leaders now coming down the hill here from 3. The top of the hill there is turn 2. Right in our closest distance here is turn 3. There's the exit of turn 3. Now they go into a bit of a right-hander. Way up at the top of the hill here, you see that right-hander. Then down this long straightaway into turn number 5 for the final time. Now they will come up through 6. Down the hill to turn 7. Galia is rooting for the number 23 car. That is Itai Nar. Thanks for being in the chat with us here. And here comes our leaders again through turn 8. And now to turn 9 for the final time. Here we go, folks. Next time, past the flag, it'll be a checkered one. Checkered flag in the air for Johnny Crean. He is your race winner here. Second place is going to be Joe Moran. I don't think there's going to be too many changes here, so let's give you our unofficial race results here. Oh, no, that's not right. Here we go. Unofficial race results brought to you by RaceSchool.com. Let's run it down. In prototypes, your race winner, Johnny Crean. Second place is Joe Moran. Greg Labadie is your race winner here in Formula Atlantic. FE2, Paul Marino holds on for the win. Tom Hope comes in second. And now this great group of Formula Continental cars. Jace Petty, your race winner, followed by Troy Schroeder and Trevor Russell. That is your podium. Itanar is the first place car in ASR. Then you've got Mark Russell, Gary Peterson, Nick Kadenko, Chuck Holz, John Fabjanik, Paul McFarland, and Andy Chan. That's going to do it here from the, where are we at? Let me put this down. From the circuit at Buttonwillow. We are very proud to have brought you these races today. Thank you all for watching. I'm Brian Belansky for Tristan Parker. That's going to do it here from Buttonwillow. See you in a couple of months here, folks, back out here, or back at Willow Springs for our next races. End of May, first weekend in June, we will be here. Check us all out at calclub.com. This has been a presentation of the Racing Network. I'm Brian Belansky. Have yourself a great week. Drive home safely if you're at a racetrack. And, as I like to always say, go play with cars.